All right, so welcome everyone to the evening session of this I'm going to go course day 22. I think we're on. So yeah, just make yourself comfortable. We're going to do dive into the reading from the text for today, which is section 5 of chapter 3. That's called Beyond Perception. So we're dealing with perception, knowledge. It's along the same lines. So let me share my screen with you. Okay, so right, so there we go. All right. Make this a bit bigger. Can everyone see the screen?
Yeah.
I'll zoom in a bit. Let's make it 120%, shall we? Okay, so beyond perception. Done a bit of translation already to speed things up. It's 10 paragraphs, but they're not that long paragraphs. So hopefully 2 to 3 hours and we'll be done. All right, so who wants to kick it off with number 1?
Yeah, go on, Susie.
Okay. Are you just going for the alternative or both?
So read the original and then read the alternative if there's any translation. It actually doesn't look like there'll be any translation until number 3. So read number 1 and 2, and then in fact read it in the grey because I haven't actually translated fathers yet. So we'll do that when we get there.
I have said that the abilities you possess are early shadows of your real strength, and that perception, which is inherently judgmental, was introduced only after the separation.
Okay, what's he saying there? Only shadows of your real strength.
Yes, so when you decided to separate, it was judgy, isn't it? It is judgmental. So it's not even your proper strength, is it? That's what you're saying. It's been
inherently judgmental. Because in order to perceive rather than know, you must separate things out. You must judge for certain things, you must judge against certain things, you must evaluate, judge, compare, contrast, all that, in order to create perception. If everything's the same, which oneness is, there's only perfect oneness, then there's no judgment, is there?
No.
There's nothing to judge. There's just one awareness without any interruption, without any differences. So perception came after the separation as a natural consequence of the mind separating and believing that it was not what it was. It separated from its source. Okay, clear?
Yeah. No one has been sure of anything since. No one has been sure of anything since.
Yeah, that can stay as it is. So, in other words, we're all incredibly doubtful, unsure, because perception is the domain of uncertainty. Nothing is sure. It's questionable. Everything changes. So, what's real? That's the question. If everything's changing in your perception, what is real? Is any of that you're perceiving real? Can't be. So we're not really sure of anything. Inherently uncertain, and unstable, which is the ego's condition. Okay.
I have also made it clear that the resurrection was the means for the return to knowledge. which was accomplished by the union of my will with the Father's.
Okay, and that's the translate Father.
Is that the Holy Spirit? Sources.
Yeah, Father is source.
The source.
The union of my will with the sources. Maybe we want to translate will as awareness. So when Yeshua did this, and he returned his awareness fully to the source, the Father, then he became the model, the archetype for all of humanity, because he'd done it. He showed that everyone can do it. He was the way show. Okay. Number 4.
We can now establish a distinction that will clarify some of the subsequent statements.
Okay. So he's going to go on and explain that in the next paragraph. So can we summarize that in one or two sentences? What's he saying? What's he saying here in essence?
It seems like we've all been through that stage of, what did he say? That perception came after, weren't it?
Yeah, came after the separation. So abilities, this first line is a good one. Abilities I possess are only shadows of my real strength.
Right.
Abilities I now possess.
Abilities
I now have, shall we say?
Yeah.
Maybe we could say that over there as well. Say the abilities you have only shadows of my real strength. That perception, which is inherently judgmental, was introduced only after the separation. Okay. And my perception is inherently judgmental. And we can just remove that. Shorten it. Perception is inherently judgmental. Okay. No one has been sure of anything since. The resurrection was a means for return to knowledge. So we can say the resurrection is, yeah, is the means. Because it remains, and if we want to translate that up here as well. The resurrection is the means for return to knowledge. So that's what the resurrection symbolizes, the return to knowledge with a capital K, which is means for return to knowledge, which was accomplished by the union of my awareness with the sources, which was accomplished accomplished when Yeshua merged his awareness with the sources, or the union of my awareness. I quite like merged. What do you think? Merged his awareness with the sources. With our source. Our common source.
What do you mean by common source? Why didn't you just leave it as source?
Common source means we have it in common. But yeah, maybe it's unnecessary. And now establish a distinction or clarify some of our subsequent statements. I can delete that. Okay, so there we have a little short summary of that paragraph. You want to read it from the top? The abilities I now have.
The abilities I now have are only shadows of my real strength, and my perception is inherently judgmental. The resurrection is the means for the return to knowledge, which was accomplished when Yeshua merged his awareness with our source.
Okay. And my perception, I'm quite sure I've said that abilities. It's okay, I guess. It's just strung together in one sentence. My shadows of my real strength. How about we say because my perception is inherently judgmental, and it kind of links the two parts of the sentence.
Yeah.
So it's only a shadow of my real strength because it's judgmental, and the judgment splits the mind. So it's not singular, not just one awareness. As long as I'm perception, I've got two awarenesses going. Okay, so the resurrection is the means for the return to knowledge. So correctly interpreted. How about we say, does it add in extra words we don't need? So it means for my return to knowledge, which was accomplished. Yeshua merged his awareness with our source, which was. So he gave a demonstration. He demonstrated when Yeshua merged his awareness with our source. So a correct interpretation of the resurrection has a symbol of transcendence, transcending the false world of the ego. Okay, so number 2, can we move on? I'd like to read number 2.
I will.
Okay, just read it line by line, and then we'll translate each line in the alternative.
I don't know why. Screen share. Oh, there. Okay. I think. Yeah. So line by line.
Yeah, so read
The
the
alternative.
original and then go down to the alternative. We'll translate anything that needs to be translated.
All right. since the separation, the words create and make and have become confused. So, do you want me to go all the way through to the end or go to the alternative line?
Let's have a look at each one as we go.
Okay.
I don't think that needs any translation because he's talking about the
No.
words create and make. So we'll leave those as they are.
Right. Okay. When you make something, you do so out of a specific sense of lack or need. I think it's the same or similar for the alternative.
Yeah, I don't think that needs translation.
Yeah.
So he's saying you make something. When our world, humanity is ingenious at making things, isn't it? We've made all kinds of stuff to try and meet imagined needs. No one makes something unless there's a need for it on some level. So our whole focus of our society or civilization has been on making stuff that meets our apparent needs. That's in fact the definition of economics. It's the allocation of scarce resources to meet needs. So we've invested a huge amount of time and energy and effort in meeting these needs, which perpetuates the specific sense of lack or need. Yes? So at the core of this idea, meeting needs is lack and need. Yeah. So do you want to carry on with number 2?
Yeah. Number 3.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anything made for a specific purpose has no true generalizability.
So it's a bit clumsy. Maybe we say no true. How about cannot be truly generalized.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, it's a bit less clumsy than generalizabilities. I mean, who says it's a bit of a tongue twist? Generalizability cannot be truly generalized.
Okay.
So that's kind of stating the obvious, isn't it? He's pointing out the obvious, but he needs to because we've got so confused. So if you make something for a specific purpose, it can't be truly generalized. It doesn't apply always. It only applies in that specific case. So you wouldn't. Let's take a bizarre example, but ladies, you wouldn't use peanut butter as makeup, would you? It's not university generalizable. One's a food, the others for putting on your face. This kind of thing. So anything specific, which is most things in this world that have been made by humans, are very specific. They meet a certain need, but they're not applicable everywhere. There's going to be instances where they are not applicable because that need isn't there and they're pointless. And then if that need stops, there's no more need. Like take the the phone boxes. In the UK, there's all these red phone boxes. Well, they were made because at the time there was a need, but there's no need anymore because we've invented something else to replace them. So it's always about the specific, meeting the needs, and these can't be generalized. Okay, number 4.
When you make something to fill a perceived lack, you're tacitly implying that you believe in separation.
Yeah, you see what he's saying. So you have a perceived lack, saying, well, I'll try and fix the lack. And I'm
Mm.
saying by my actions to try and address it and fix it, I'm tacitly implying that actually there is a lack and that I believe in separation. So I'm perceiving the lack and now I need to do something about it. It kind of goes to the very core of our human experience here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we perceive a lack and then we try and fill the lack, we try and do something about it. And we've got very ingenious at doing things about it. And we've created a whole thought system and yeah, you know, an illusion of a world.
Well,
As a
isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's entrepreneurship is born of this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is, you know, this is going, most people say, what's wrong with that? You know, that's okay. But you're saying you believe in separation if you believe in lack in any way, shape, or form. Well, so you're still within the ego's domain. Very much so. If you're believing in lack and then you've got to do something to correct the lack, you're making the need real, then you base an entire business and all this time and energy and effort on meeting that lack, then you must believe in it. You believe in the separation and in lack. Okay, so he's kind of questioning, you know, one of the fundamental cornerstones of our lives in this world. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Number 5. The ego has invented many ingenious thought systems for this purpose. Translated version, the belief in separation has invented many ingenious thought systems for this purpose. So it's actually a number of them, not one thought system around the ego or belief in separation.
yeah, I mean, it's all ultimately part of, you know, the ego's thought system, but it's
Yeah.
like take the idea of entrepreneurship. You know, that's a thought system, isn't it? Okay, so this is how entrepreneurship works. You got to find a need that's there, identify the need. You got to figure out how you can meet the need in a unique way that the competition or not. Find your gap in the market, then build a business plan, then raise capital. Then, you know, it's a whole system, isn't it? And so this is what he's saying. You know, the ego's invented many ingenious thought systems at the moment.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking of the Course of Miracles as also meeting a need, right?
yeah, but the difference is it's not a specific need.
Okay.
Yeah, the course is meeting the one true need, the one need every human being has, which is to discover themselves and reunite with their source and find peace.
Yeah.
So yes, it's still acknowledging, correct, and that he's by giving a course, he's tacitly acknowledging the need for it. Otherwise, why go to the trouble of giving the course to Helen Schuckman and Bill Thetford? But he's saying it's needed here within the domain of perception, in time and space. This is needed because it's part of the correction process. Something must come in as a catalyst to shake up your existing erroneous perceptions and redirect you. And that's exactly what the course is. But it's the one true need that we have, as opposed to all the false needs. So magic would be trying to meet all of these false needs. Oh, I see the separation, I see the lack, or I'll try and fix that with some magic solution on the level of form, and maybe I'll create a business out of it, and I'll make money from this. And that's, that system is then called entrepreneurship and capitalism, and this is what he's referring to, many ingenious thought systems for this purpose. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. None of them is creative. Meaning
Yeah.
it's you're making something, you're not creating. Creating is coming from
Yeah.
pure formless awareness. We
Yeah.
don't create as in
Yeah.
with our form.
Yeah, none of them is truly creative, because creation, as he defines it, comes from oneness, comes from beingness, and it's got nothing to do with inventiveness or ingenuity. So it's way, way beyond that.
So no, I didn't get that. So it's way beyond being inventive or ingenious, is what you're
Yeah.
saying. So it would be the making still on that level.
Yeah, making is trying to address a specific need on the level of form. So we make magic solutions. Making and magic are in the same order in the illusion. I'm going to look at integral model quickly. Let's see what find integral model, and we'll just have a quick squiz at that. So we're talking about the difference between the quadrants. The interior eye subjective. Right, the course addresses our need there. We have a need to find our source, to know ourselves, to find a happy, peaceful, stable state of mind. So it's addressing the apparent need in the mind. It really is not worried about any of these needs. Material needs, the body, money, status, possessions. It's really saying you've got to go beyond all of those needs because they're illusory. So magic would be, well, I see these needs and then I try and address them. Magic. I try and make something to address those needs and solve the problem on the level of form. And so then you have, the one thought system, which is ingenuity and everything that goes with it, inventiveness, creation. A lot of people think creation is that, I'm being creative. I'm creating a new business, or even in art terms, I'm creating a new painting or something creative. That's good. And yes, we're saying no. Actually, there's only one need. There's only one need, and that's for God. So focus all your time and energy on that, and stop wasting time on trying to meet these illusory needs through magic. So that's not going to work. Okay, so none of them is creative. None of them is truly creative. Number 7.
Inventiveness is wasted effort, even in its most ingenious form. That's no translation.
Wasted effort. Maybe it needs a comma here. Even its most ingenious form. So think of all the things we've invented as human beings. Quite extraordinary in some ways. I mean, look at the world we've created, all this technology and solutions, and we think we're very clever. We think we're very smart, and we're the dominant species on the planet because of this, because we can use our brains to create stuff that no other species can, and we've created this whole society from this inventiveness. But Yeshua is just saying it's all a waste of time, wasted effort, even in its most ingenious form, because there's something beyond it. It's a lower order concern. It's in an illusion that all this happens, and you're denying truth.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing right now if we didn't go with technology or progress or evolution in regard to what we're doing now on a life goal.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's necessary sometimes to want to, you know, to evolve in a more advanced way or technological way. I mean,
No,
maybe it is ego-based, maybe it is
He's saying it's
ego-based, but
wasted
look
effort.
at what we're able to do now.
Oh no, but if we could just connect directly to our source, we wouldn't need this, would we?
But you mean by telepathy, like we used to do back in the days, telepathically?
Well, you connect directly to you know, to source, to
Of
God,
course, yeah.
in a, you know, in pure formless awareness.
Yes.
The mystics, the gurus, you know, people have been going to enlightenment for thousands of years. They didn't need this technology to do it.
Yeah, I
They just-
know, but if, like I'm saying, if people forget, so like we have forgotten right now, we have forgotten, we need to go
Yeah.
back to source. So if we have forgotten to go back to source or to remember who we are, we need someone to remind us.
Yeah. So the correct interpretation of the technology and all this inventiveness is, okay, so the ego's done it for its purposes,
Yeah.
but can you reinterpret that and use it for the only true purpose that it's there for? So, you know, we talked about social media earlier and how it's you know, largely a device to perpetuate the ego's thought system, but it can be used for good. It can be used to connect with people, to share valuable insights and information, to help wake them up, as can any of these tools. You know, any communication device can be used by the ego and by the Holy Spirit. So
So the ego is useful sometimes, at times.
well, it's, yeah, because remember this whole idea of the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love, is what translates what the ego's made. It says, okay, so let's reinterpret
Yeah.
what the ego's made,
Yeah.
so that it can be truly useful.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the correct, you know, reinterpretation of this. So if we go to the Holy Trinity, we have the levels of the Trinity. So in knowledge, pure formless awareness of perfect love, whatever you want to call it, God, Father, heaven, truth, oneness, being, these are all pointers to the same thing. There are no needs. There's nothing you need to do. There's nothing to change. There's nothing to fix. Ingenuity is completely not required in this domain, is it?
Yeah.
You're beyond it.
Yeah.
You've transcended it. So this is
Beyond perception.
Yeah, you're going beyond perception into knowledge. And so that's a direct experience of the so-called Father, of the Source, by the Son, which in that experience is no longer separated, no longer perceives itself as somewhat separate from the Source. It knows through this experience that it is perfectly one. Okay, so that's one level, knowledge beyond perception. Then you have the bridge between knowledge and perception, which is the Christ, which knows only oneness is true, but it can also perceive the illusion. Okay, so that's like an intermediary, it's a translator. And then you get true perceptions, or Christ's vision, also called miracles or forgiveness, letting go, all of those names: surrender, acceptance, salvation, one-month enlightenment, or awakening. And that is the ability to reinterpret everything that the ego's made. So that would include all the inventions, all the inventiveness, the so-called creativity of the ego, which has made up a world. You know, largely the human world is created by us. We've built houses and cities, and all of it is a result of human activity. So we've invented our own false reality to live in.
Yeah.
And now the Holy Spirit's saying, okay, well, that's been done. You don't want to perpetuate the error by keep trying to fix things on the level of form. That's magic. But you can reinterpret what's been done, seemingly, and you can use it for the purposes of awakening, which is exactly what we're doing. So you say, well, we're using this communication technology, which could be used by the ego to, meet specific needs. You think of a lot of Zoom calls. It's a business meetings. There's a specific need to do something. This is where it's at. We meet and use it to awaken our minds back into the Christ self, the one self or the Son, and merge it ultimately with the Father. That's what Zoom is being used for, and everything else that we use. The emails, the Telegram messages, it's all there, just happening for you. So it's the reinterpretation, getting out of the idea that I need to do this in order to fix the world, and then there's no longer inventiveness. So we're using the product of the ego's thought system in this technology, but we no longer believe in the inventiveness that created it. You understand? So we're just using what's reinterpreting what's been made from the ego's perspective, and now making it truly useful. And in the same way as the Holy Spirit reinterprets everything. The ego made the body, but the Holy Spirit can reinterpret it. The ego made the world, the Holy Spirit can reinterpret it. That's its function.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So it's going without believing in the system and trying to carry on being inventive and trying to fix it on the level of form, because that's what you're trying to do with magic. You say, no, I don't actually believe in this, but I can use it. It can be useful to the Holy Spirit to facilitate a correction.
What do you mean, don't believe in this? What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't believe in the idea that I need to be inventive. Okay, so if I keep doing this in the external, then I try and change things externally, and I try and change, on a collective level. Oh, we're going to change the world, change the systems, and change governments and technology, all of this. I no longer believe that that's really going to be of any value. It's not going to fix anything, because I'm trying to fix something at the same level of the error. As Einstein says, significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. So we can't really do anything on this level, because it's a level of illusion. So you're trying to fix things and make things better on this level, but you're caught up in the dream world, in the illusion. Problems are inherent. You're going to get the problems of time and space, the guilt and sin and fear and attack and death, and none of that's is fixable by magic. You can't create specific solutions as we've tried to do. This technology and all this. It hasn't really addressed the fundamental human problems. No, we still have pain, we still have suffering, there's still sickness, there's still death, still loss, still abandonment, all of that. The technology hasn't changed, has it? In fact, you could argue it's made it worse. So we're even more disconnected from each other in the digital age than we were when we lived in close communities a few hundred years ago, in little villages and farms and stuff. These big cities, there's millions of people, 9 million people in a city like London, but
most people don't know their neighbors.
They feel lonely. It's bizarre. So you've got
they don't know their neighbors.
So have we really fixed anything through all of this inventiveness? And yes, we're saying no. Actually, we haven't. Inventiveness, more of the same, is wasted effort. If someone goes and invents a technology like a Zoom or the internet, to start with, and then computers, it's a progression, isn't it? It's computers, and then that's spun off into all kinds of communication devices like cell phones, and then we get on the back of that the rise of social media, and people continuously inventing new things to try and
cryptocurrency now.
But where's it all going? Where does that end? Well, the answer is it's going nowhere. You just spin around trying to fix the problems in the external without actually fixing anything, because you're not addressing the real problem, which
the
is
internal.
But if we use the technology to facilitate the learning that helps us to change our minds, then that's very useful. And that's
Yeah.
what the Holy Spirit's doing right now. It's
Mhm.
allowing us to speak and run this whole, this whole course, this whole program. If we didn't have the communication ability to communicate, then it wouldn't happen, would it? There would be no ability to run a course like this.
Yeah. And people have to be willing as well to do it.
Well, exactly. You've got to show up and,
Yeah.
and actually do the sessions and participate using the technology. Otherwise, it's pointless.
Yeah.
So is that clear? We haven't made this technology. We didn't invent it for an egoic need. But now that it's there, the ego's done that. We can use it. The Holy Spirit can reinterpret and say, well, that can be actually very helpful for awakening, which is its only function, is to reinterpret the world of the ego and everything it's made, and do it in a way that's going to help you to awaken to who you really are. Okay?
Yeah.
So happy with that. Let's go back to where were we? Number 7, I think. Inventiveness is wasted effort, even in its most ingenious form. Okay. And then number 8.
The highly specific nature of invention is not worthy of the abstract creativity of pure formless awareness of perfect love's extensions.
Yeah, let's just make that perfect. Perfect love's extensions. So he's telling us, we're going straight, the specific nature means that you have to be specific, which means it's not oneness, it's about specialness. Specific and special are the same root word. So it makes specialness seem real, invention. And it's not worthy of abstract creativity of perfect love's extensions, which is this abstract level of beingness transcends doing. He's asking us to go into the beingness and let go of the inventiveness and all of this wasted effort, trying to fix up a dream world. And he's saying, why would you? It's it's broken. You can't really fix it, but you can reinterpret it and ultimately leave it, so you don't have to come back here. Okay, so let's see what we can say about that if we're doing a little summary.
So, Jono, the abstract creativity, it's just, is he saying the word abstract because it's like, again, it's a word which is describing something that's challenging to describe in a word?
Yeah, well, abstract means not specific. Abstract means kind of more general. Let's see exactly what abstract means. It's always helpful to do that. Abstract meaning. Existing in thought or as an idea, but not having a physical or concrete existence. Huh?
Okay.
So it's only existing in the interior. Abstract means that we're in the interior domain of reality. By definition, abstract creativity. So we're talking about our abstract beingness. We maybe want to translate that. The high specific is not worthy of abstract being or beingness. Of perfect love's extensions. Maybe just abstract being. There's nothing specific about being. There's no specific need. You see, it's just all encompassing. The abstract being of perfect love's creation, extensions. Okay, so you get what he means by creativity here. being. It's this domain of truth, oneness. This is the being that he's talking about. That transcends any specific need in time and space that the ego will perceive. You've gone beyond it.
So what is actually being created? Because it's already created, right?
That's why we call it, that's why we say, usually we translate create as extend.
Yeah.
See? This is being extended. It already exists. It always has
Yeah.
existed. It always will exist. Otherwise it wouldn't be eternal. So there's nothing new that's been created.
Yeah. Yeah.
Simply extended from an eternal source. And that extension is permanent. We perceive in our illusion, we perceive, when this comes in, and we might feel inspired, we might feel different, and we perceive some kind of change has happened. That's what it feels like. But actually we're just connecting with our source, which has always been there.
Mm.
Okay?
Okay.
Happy with that?
Yeah.
The abstract being of perfect love's extension. So we come from abstract being. This is pure formless awareness, abstract being. There we go. We've got being in there. And now we are extended. So our Christ self comes from this awareness. It's extended from this awareness. So it is of the same quality, but the Christ, the true self, it knows this, it knows the Father, knows the abstract beingness in its own experience, but it can also perceive correctly. So it can look at the level of illusion that the ego's woven, this false reality, and it can perceive it correctly and reinterpret it for you. And that's exactly what we need to do. So the beauty of this teaching is not saying, okay, we'll deny it all and it's all terrible and go live in a cave. He's saying, okay, well, understand this is what the ego's done. With the understanding, you can reinterpret whatever the ego's made and use it for the purposes of awakening. And that's the Holy Spirit's function. And that's the fast track. Now everything is being reinterpreted to serve you rather than to harm you, to keep you in bondage.
Yeah. I think sometimes practically it's just to understand that, like with Aurelie's question, I had the same, like when you say you don't believe in it, but we're using it. So it's
But you
getting to
don't
that
believe in the need for it, right? You recognize there was no real need for it. The need was illusory. If we go back to this, sent into hell, right? There was no need for this world. We didn't need to create it. There was no absolute need. It was just a delusion. So the need came because we thought we'd separated from God, and there was now guilt and sin and fear and attack going on, and we had to try and escape that. So we ran away, and we came here. And we came into the universe of time and space to try and run away. So that that was a false need based on a false idea of separation, because the separation never happened. So everything that was invented post separation is a false cause. There's false cause. There's false need. So nothing that happens within it is really needed ultimately or true. Well, this is what he's saying to us. So once we've done this and we go down, now we're apparently human and we're living in this crazy world. It's very tempting to try and use magic, our minds, and invent things and create things and manipulate things and control things in the dream world, because that seems to be sensible to the ego. But Yeshua's saying, no, it's not sensible, because you're caught up in an insane thought system that's going to perpetuate and it's not going to help you. The only thing you can do is to let it go. So you let go of this in all of its forms. And so this is another form. Okay, well, inventiveness, magic, trying to fix problems on the level of form. That's part of this thought system. You see that? So they're saying, well, okay, let's look at that and recognize that there is no need for it. All you have to do is say, well, there's no need for this because actually the idea of separation that's behind this is not there. It's not real, or it's not true. Okay. So happy with number 2. Let's see if we can chop that down a bit. And what can we remove? Separation, the words create and make it become confused. So I'm confused about the words create and make. How about that? When I make something okay, so to synonyms, specific sense of need or lack. Anything made for a specific purpose cannot be truly generalized. So when I make something to fill a perceived lack, I am passively implying I am,
Implying my belief in separation.
yeah, implying or just sort of I am believing in separation. You see how it works? This is why magic is, he keeps warning us about magic. He's saying you're trying to fix the problem on the level of form. And that reinforces your belief in separation, that there is actually a problem that needs to be addressed. And so then we invent all these ingenious thought systems for this purpose, but none of them is truly creative.
Or none of these truly, if it's not creative, then it's extending.
Yeah,
I mean, none of these.
maybe what we could say, but none of them comes from
Pure formless awareness.
yeah.
Or maybe some do. That's the thing. You know, it's
No, they don't. They don't. Ultimately, no. The pure formless awareness is not responsible for any of the ingenious thought systems because it's beyond it. It's just pure awareness. There's no ingenuity required in it. The Holy Spirit can come in and it can reinterpret for you.
Yeah.
It can
I'm
reinterpret.
just thinking maybe, you know, people have had that, maybe they've had that experience, or certainly maybe if we take sport or performance and they say it felt like something took over. I don't know. I mean, that could be also with an invention or not.
Yeah, so people, let's say you're talking maybe about an inventor or like a scientist who gets, like say Albert Einstein, he's like, figuring out the theory of relativity, which is quite ingenious, you might say. You go, well, is that all ego? Is that spirit? So I think what happens is the higher awareness. There's some kind of higher awareness. The search for oneness. Einstein was obsessed with it. That's driving him. He's looking for unity. So that's his intention. And then the spirit comes in and helps him reinterpret the ego's system and just see it differently. And go, okay, well, I can now see that everything's relative. It's not absolute. So that wasn't so much an invention as a correct interpretation of reality. I think what he's talking about here is invention in the sense of you make something. You make something in form that's addressing a specific need.
Okay.
That's what he's referring to. Scientific theories, creation, that's actually just on the mind level. It's all abstract, not actually making anything tangible. So that could be like, okay, well, I'm reinterpreting the illusion, which can be very helpful. Quantum mechanics does that, reinterprets the illusion. So does theory of relativity, to open people's minds to this abstract domain, to point them back to pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay.
Okay, so let's where were we? I'm just doing make something I do so. I have a specific sense of need. Make something to feel I'm believing in separation. I think that's pretty important. We get that in. Belief in separation. So my belief in separation has invented many ingenious thought systems. And we could say, but none of them.
Yeah, or of which none are truly creative.
Yeah, so none of them comes from pure formless. So that's what he really means by truly creative. He means it comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's what he was referring to as true creativity. Comes from, and then we'll just say comes from perfect love. So if I try to invent something to meet a specific need, invent something ingenious. Now the world's going to say, oh, that's good. You invented something useful. That's good. You could maybe sell it, patent it, start a business. If I try to invent something ingenious to meet a specific need, I am reinforcing
Belief in separation.
belief in separation. Yeah. So it's not really helping you. It's not going to help you escape time and space. You might well, if you've identified a need and that seems to be real and people like the solution, they might well buy it and you might make money. But it's not taking you closer to escaping the dream.
Yeah.
Reinforcing your
Yeah.
belief in separation, which isn't a clever thing to do if you understand what that belief is and how it works. It's a hellish belief. Okay, so any want to read that from the top? I think it's quite an important paragraph, so hopefully we've got a good summary.
I am confused about the words create and make. When I make something, I do so out of a specific sense of lack or need, but anything made for a specific purpose cannot be truly generalized. So when I make something to fill a perceived lack, I am believing in separation. My belief in separation has invented many ingenious thought systems, but none of them comes from perfect love. So if I try to invent something ingenious to meet a specific need, I'm reinforcing my belief in separation and denying the abstract being of perfect love's extensions.
Denying the abstract being of my denying the abstract being that is my true nature. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah, happy. Thank you.
Summary. So okay, where are we? I copied this a number of times. 3, 5, 2. We've got a couple of goes at that. Okay, so let's seem to have copied this a number of times. And then okay, that was number 1, wasn't it? Okay, number 3. Who would like to do number 3? Knowing, as we have already observed.
Okay, I'll go for it. Knowing, as we have already observed, does not lead to doing.
Yeah. Okay, Christine, thanks.
We're being dropped off.
Yeah, well, it's late inside.
Yeah, it is. No, I'm just joking. The confusion between your real creation and what you have made of yourself is so profound that it has become literally impossible for you to know anything.
Okay.
The confusion between your real creation and what you have made of yourself is so profound that it has become literally impossible for you to know anything.
So how would we say your true being?
The confusion between your true being and what you have made of yourself is so profound that it has become literally impossible for you to know anything. Yes.
True being or true identity?
That's good, true being, yeah.
Okay.
Between your true. Oh yeah, identities also work, so you can decide.
Yeah, what do you think? Well, I think we used being here, didn't we, in the previous one? So let's keep being.
Okay.
To being and what you've
Yeah.
made of yourself
Mm-hmm.
so profound, it's become literally impossible for you to know anything.
Mm-hmm. Knowledge is always stable, and it is quite evident that you are not. And so it's saying you're not knowledge, or you're not stable.
That you are not stable.
Oh, you're not stable.
You are not stable.
You're not stable, you're not knowledge.
Yeah, because he's saying, your thoughts are very variable, aren't they? Your thoughts vacillate
Yeah.
and chop and change, and so
Yeah.
it seems like we're not very stable.
Yeah, I wish we had a stop button for thoughts. Like sometimes, have a switch off buttons for thoughts. That would be amazing.
Well, yeah, you do.
We do when you meditate. Yeah.
Take a deep breath in and just let them go. That's what these techniques do.
Yeah, but the more you read, the more thoughts come.
Yeah, well, what he's directing us here is these are right-minded thoughts. We're thinking, aren't we? We're listening to the course, or we're reading the course. We're thinking about these ideas. We're using our minds. But
I don't want to use my
right-minded
mind anymore. I want to pose.
it's right-minded thinking that's taking you back to the point where you can just be in the abstract being of your true nature and surrender to it without.
Yeah, I can do that. I've done it when I was in Vipassana. I was doing that literally.
Yeah. So
when you meditate, you go into that inner world of pure formless awareness, and miracles happen. Yeah.
Oh, now what we're trying to do here is
reprogram.
is unprogram. So having the experience in Vipassana is great, but we're trying to now deconstruct the ego that's blocking that awareness from being permanent. And that's what the mind training is about. So it's using the thoughts and the mind to undo the ego. Which is quite
I was gonna say, has this ever been reached besides Jesus and the Buddha? Anyway.
Yeah, I mean people have got into that into these high states of mind.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Eckhart Tolle and other people.
Yeah, and mystics and gurus.
Mystics, yeah.
Through the ages have experienced very similar states where they actually are surrendered. They have let go of the ego. And
but they come back to it most of the time. You see, sometimes they come back to it.
Yeah. So you'll come back. This is the training. You're training your mind to just keep coming back, to keep returning to your true awareness, knowledge. No matter what the ego tries to do, how it's trying to distract you, you just keep bringing yourself back.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, you're perfectly stable.
Nevertheless, you are perfectly stable as pure formless awareness of perfect love created you. Yeah.
Okay, and that would be extended. Extends you because it extends
you. Yeah.
So he's saying, although you don't believe you're stable, your mind is vacillating. Actually, as you are truly extended, you're perfectly stable. So that's that stable state is still within you, but you've just got to choose. You've got to choose that and let go of all the crazy ego stuff that's trying to cover that over.
Yeah. In this sense, when your behavior is unstable, you are disagreeing with pure formless awareness of perfect love's idea of your creation. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be God's idea.
Yeah, God's idea.
Perfect love's idea.
God's idea of your creation.
Where's that comes? When I do perfect.
Or God's idea, I mean, perfect love's idea of your extension, or
Yeah, of your
would you
perfect
leave?
love's idea of your being.
It's not your atonement there.
Mhm.
It's not disagreeing of the oneness of all oneness.
Disagreeing with perfect love's idea
Of your being.
of your being or of your true nature. Oh my God.
Yeah, that works. Both works actually. Both work.
Well, we've used true nature in previous.
We've also used being.
Yeah,
Abstract being. Wait, can you scroll up? What did we?
yeah.
So, please, above. Yeah, there. It says abstract being
Being.
of perfect love's extension. Okay.
Yeah, so we could carry on in the same theme, the idea of your being. So perfect love's idea of your being is correct. That's what you really are.
You are disagreeing with perfect love's idea of your being. Yeah, that works. You can do this if you choose, but you would hardly want to do it if you were in your right mind.
Oh. So we seem to have a choice. We seem to have free will. But if we're in our right mind, why would you disagree with what's perfect?
Yeah. Yeah.
And instead insist that you're imperfect and lacking.
Yeah, we're good at that.
It just makes no sense. Makes no, the ego system makes no sense whatsoever. But he's got to highlight that and make that very clear to us. Okay, so a little summary. So say knowing does not lead to doing.
My confusion, I am confused. My confusion between my true being and what I've made of myself. What I have made of myself is so profound that it has become impossible for me to know anything. That it has become impossible for me to know anything. I've made of myself.
We'll say virtually impossible.
Yeah, that's good. For me to know anything. Yeah.
Okay, and then maybe we'll just skip that and say nevertheless.
Yeah.
Yet I am perfectly
stable as pure formless awareness. Yeah.
Extends me. When my behavior is unstable,
I am disagreeing with perfect love's idea of my being. Why do we need to write before the above? Yet I'm perfectly stable as pure formless awareness. Perfect love extends me. Do we have to keep extends me?
and I'm perfectly stable as pure formless awareness of perfect love. Well, I'm coming from pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's extending me. What else do you want to say? It's pure formless awareness of
I would have removed extends me, but
well, it doesn't make sense here. I'm perfectly stable as pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
Is maybe what you want to say. As pure formless awareness of perfect love.
No, leave what it was then in that, because is, yeah, it makes more sense in that case than is. I think performance is.
I'm saying I'm an extension of the source. So
Yeah,
the source is stable, and I must be stable.
yeah.
My behavior is unstable, so I'm vacillating. In other words, I'm disagreeing with perfect love's idea of my being.
Yeah. And I can do this if I choose,
If I choose,
but I would hardly want to do it if I was in my right mind.
we'll make it an affirmation. But
Yeah.
I do not want to do it as I can do this if I choose, but I
am in my right mind.
no longer want to do it as I am.
In my right mind.
Oh. Okay, let's just do that from the top.
Knowing does not lead to doing, but my confusion between my true being and what I have made of myself has made it virtually impossible for me to know anything. Yet I am perfectly stable as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. When my behavior is unstable, I am disagreeing with perfect love's idea of my being. I can do this if I choose, but I no longer want to do it as I am in my right mind.
Yeah. Does that sit?
Yeah.
Make that paragraph kind of come home, really. It's about applying it into your life, isn't it?
But coming home, yeah.
Coming like it's landing, and it's like, yeah, okay, I accept this. Isn't a theory, it's actually an affirmation.
Yeah.
Stating these truths. So interesting.
So as pure formless awareness of perfect love, I am in my right mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm connected with that, then that's going to bring me the right kind of thoughts and inspire the right kind of words and actions. Okay. So we've read that. So happy with that. Let's go to number 4. Okay. So number 4. Who would like to read that?
I can read that.
Okay.
The fundamental question you continually ask yourself cannot properly be directed to yourself at all. The fundamental question you continually ask yourself cannot be properly directed to yourself at all. That seems fine.
Do we want to say be properly or properly be? Does it make any difference? Maybe be properly. That sounds slightly better.
Yeah. You keep asking what it is you are. That's fine. This implies that the answer is not only one you know, but is also one that is up to you to supply. So the answer is not only one you know, but also one that is up to you to supply. You know.
Okay. So we're opening the way for illusions. We're saying it's up to me to create myself, invent myself.
Okay.
Yet
you cannot perceive yourself correctly. That's fine. You have no image to be perceived. Yeah. The word image is always perception related and not a part of knowledge. Okay, that seems fine. Images are symbolic and stand for something else. The idea of changing your image recognizes the power of perception, but also implies that there is nothing stable to know.
We actually had a look at this afternoon.
Oh, okay. I missed
In
that, so-
preparation for the the name of your game. If you want to do that in the week, we can probably catch you up and give you feedback. If you'd like to, I'd recommend it. So it'll help
Okay.
you exercise.
Okay.
5 and 6 and maintain and follow on from that.
Hang on, using you. That must be significant. I can't hear you. It must be right. Well, that doesn't look to me like it needs a huge amount of translating, does it?
It doesn't really. So what's he saying here? The word image is there a summary of it?
So you continue yourself can't be probably directed to yourself at all. I suppose it's the confusion of the image that we believe we are and the true self, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We're confused. We've made up a self-image that replaces our true nature. Continually ask myself, can I properly direct it to myself at all? Right, so I'm saying, who am I? Who am I? Is the question. But if I'm directing it to my separate self,
Yeah.
it's not going to know the answer, isn't? Because it's the denial of the answer.
Yeah.
So it's going to give us a false answer. It'll say, well, you can be whatever you want to be. You can make up an image. You can change your image. You can be something else. You can be a better self. It's like, I remember if you watched Forrest Gump, if you last, remember his girlfriend, Jenny. And so he's talking to her. Well, I want to go to Hollywood and I want to become a singer. And he's going, well, why do you want to do that? Why don't you just be what you are? Well, you can be like something, but something more. And you see the two thought systems contrasted, because Forrest Gump's quite happy as he is. He's not trying to be anything else. And she's trying to be someone else than what she is, and she suffers. She doesn't find any happiness. Whereas Forrest's life actually thrives because he's not trying to be a false self. He's just being the authentic in each moment. And all of the goals and everything, he's not actually trying to achieve anything. It just kind of happens. He's just in the moment, and it kind of unfolds and happens. And she's got all these ambitions, and it doesn't happen for her, and she's very unhappy. So it's a good teaching in that movie, the two thought systems. And the image in our world, the ego is saying, okay, well, you can be something more. Go become a movie star, a film, film star, or a pop star, or something more. So it's one of the fundamental levels of desire that Buddha identified. He said you can desire to have things, possession, but you can also desire to be something that you're not, to be something else, something more. And that's a fundamental aspect of craving, which is what, if you're not in the true awareness, connecting with your source, the ego is going to try and do that. It's going to try and get you to create a better self. And then we dedicate an enormous amount of time and energy to that. I mean, in my life, it was, I didn't think I was worthy as I was, so I had to become a champion, right? I was going to become a world champion. I was going to work really hard, and I was going to get good at squash. But it was all to prove that I was worthy. That was what it was all about, actually, to give me a better identity. Then I had these visions of like, well, I'll be number one, and everyone will go, wow, like, look at Jono, and he's so amazing. And everyone's like giving you the kudos because you're such a good squash player, and your self-image is then enhanced, isn't it? That's why I was willing to go down the road I didn't know at the time, what the real reason was. I thought, well, that's cool. And what else am I going to do with my life? Why not be number one? But if you really start unpacking that thought system, then you see that it's delusional. You're saying, I'm trying to be something more than what I am. And that can only lead to dissatisfaction, because I'm constantly saying to myself that I'm not good enough as I am. And that's what I was doing. So I'd pick myself up and I'd kind of carry on. I'd have a loss and I'd go, no, I believe. And, but it was a very hard, hard to convince myself that I was actually, going to be the world champion and number one. And this whole fantastic self-image that I'd imagined was actually, going to happen, because the reality of where I was so far apart from it. It was like, I'm not even close. It was good training, I suppose, in believing. But in the end, my letting go had to come when I said, okay, that whole self-image that I've made is false. I have to let it go. It's not going to happen, clearly. And then, you recognize, well, why did I even need to be a champion anyway? That was all based on a belief that I wasn't okay as I was. But maybe I am okay as I am. I can just relax and be okay with, me as I am. And it doesn't mean I have to be a brilliant squash player. I can just play and enjoy it. So, so what? So you're not misusing everything now to perpetuate a false self-concept. Things are much more enjoyable. Okay, well, I can play the sport, but I'm not projecting all of my false self-concept onto it. And then that creates all the fear and anxiety and, performance anxiety and so on, because my self-concept is at stake always. And that feels threatening. When your self-concept at stake, you feel your very existence feels challenged. That's why we get nervous. It's like, oh, I'm going to play a match, but it's not just a fun game. It's like my self-concept's at stake here, and I don't want to be humiliated and embarrassed. So I have to win in order to maintain my fragile self-concept. And all of that is false. You can transcend it all with just this simple teaching. This paragraph alone would have saved me if I'd understood it. Would have saved me a whole lot of time. But it was all, that's what I needed to do in order to finally get to the point where I'm reading this and I understand it. So
yes, well, it's interesting that the course emphasizes service so much, because we tend to think service is for other people, but service is also for us, because in taking our minds away from our self-concept and our self-created image, we're reconnecting with source when we're serving. And I did hear a little bit. I was listening to a bit of the recording as I was driving back, and I heard you've got some really positive feedback for how you're delivering the course, and that must be in many ways more self-reinforcing, because you're really helping people than perhaps being a world champion squash player would be.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I don't think I would have got anything like the satisfaction that I get from doing this out of that. It would have, because it was a go. It would have been like, well, I've done it, but I mean, it's a harsh world. Any top sport, you're number one. Everyone's gunning for you. They're trying to take you down. There's going to be, all the kind of stuff that goes along with that. Then you've got to defend your position every time you play. If you're number one, well, you can be knocked off. So everyone's trying to knock you down, aren't they? So is that really, a nice sort of happy, peaceful state to live in? And you got to keep driving yourself and training really hard to maintain this, this level. Where's the peace of mind? Is that a peaceful state to be? And obviously, sooner or later, it's going to come to an end. You can't sustain that forever. You're going to age, and so it's very temporary. If you invested in that identity, then that would be very fearful. Okay, well, let's say I got there for a few years, I might be number one, but then it's going to fade away. And then what? Then who am I? I was a champion, but I'm no longer. Now I'm a has-been. No one cares. Everyone's forgotten, and there's a new champion. So I probably would have found it disappointing, even if I'd achieved it. It probably wouldn't have brought me the same kind of deep connection and satisfaction, as this does, because this is permanent and eternal. It's like, well, it doesn't go away. It's of true value, eternal value. So what I'm teaching, what I'm standing for, is eternal, and it will stand the test of time. If this program continues after my death in some form, it will still be valuable. There'll be value for people to be had out of it. Whereas if it's temporary and egoic, there's no permanent value. It's gone. It was a temporary achievement. Your accomplishment might be remembered in the history books, but that's it. No one. In 100 years, no one really knows. But who do we remember? We remember people like Yeshua and Buddha, and because they stood for something that was permanent and eternal, that stands the test of time. And we still talk about them and learn from them, which is quite extraordinary. You think, given how much progress has happened in 2,000 years, that we still, really, Yeshua is a big part of a lot of people's lives. His example, how he lived his life, so it's timeless. And so, the same applies for all of us. If we stand for what's eternal and we go beyond the images, the self-image, to something that's true and eternal, then we'll leave a legacy. Although we don't really, it's not about leaving a legacy, because that would again be an ego desire. But it, if it's eternal, it's going to last. What you do will tend to stand the test of time, and you may be remembered in time for standing for the truth, because that's what's meaningful for in the long term.
Yeah. Well, as the Course says, I think, is it every miracle, or I can't remember quite how it goes, but uplift so many more people than those actually involved in it. So, you're affecting the whole field, aren't you, in doing this sort of thing, Yeah,
exactly. And you have no idea, he says, of all the effects that this can have in time and space, because it's like you're reprogramming the matrix.
Yeah.
And I'd say the key thing for me has been go deep into the teaching to really, get to the meat of it and the core of it, and do that with a few people first, and go, and then it'll grow, because you've got the truth there.
Yeah.
And then, more people might come, but it would have been a mistake to try and go very big and wide to start with, and try and get like 100 subscribers without like really the depth of developing a program that was this very that really helps people to connect to source. That's what it's about. In a deep way, and inevitably that's going to start with a few people, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's like a training ground and building the foundation, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And then more people come, but the foundation's been set. If it had 100 people, the dynamic would have been very different. How would I run?
Very different. It would have been a different program. You couldn't have done expression sessions with 100 people, or it would have been different. But and then you see how it evolves from there. But that's what is happening, is what's meant to be happening.
Yeah.
And then
and that's just part of my learning. It's like, okay, so I'm not in charge. Obviously, it should be obvious. I'm not in charge, but your ego has to take a humbling, say, okay, I'm not really in charge. How can I be teaching this stuff and then think that my ego is going to be in charge of the course and the program? It can't be. There has to be a letting go and saying, okay, well, I don't know. So it's a few different things in the first year.
Well, that's because you have the knowledge of the course. You already have a very deep knowledge, so it's very difficult to allow yourself to be led by ego and expect any result. It has to be led by spirit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With the level of knowledge that you now have. You might have been able to be led by ego, however many years ago, but that's changed now.
Yeah, and in the doing of this course, that was my own undoing. That was a big part of the ego to be undone, because it was like I had all these ideas of how it was going to work, and it didn't. And then I was like, okay, well, am I just going to give up on this because it hasn't happened quickly enough, or am I going to dig in and just persevere and find a way, and trust that if I do what I feels right, that somehow it will work. And so it has.
Yeah.
But I just kept on. So in the process of doing that, there was a lot of learning, a lot of undoing of the ego. And that's how it
Yeah.
works. You go on your hero's journey, and then you get the experiences that are that you need. And then in the process, I built something that other people can get benefit from. And so
Yeah.
that's the almost it's not a side benefit, but like actually this has been my own process of at-one-ment, because that's actually what you're always working for. And then other people can benefit from that because you're extending that out. So everyone can do this. Everyone can find a way to do something that's really meaningful for you. That's your own process of at-one-ment, and then that extends to others, and that benefits them. And that's our inspired purpose. And that's when you really start to live in the domain of the miraculous.
Yeah.
And the power, what Christine said was very kind of her, but it's not my power. It's the power of source coming through me. That's what it is. I couldn't do this on my own. It's another power that's coming in, and I've just managed to get out the way mostly and allow it.
Yeah.
And so then you don't have the same kind of issues as the ego's got always issues, and it's not worthy, and is this going to be good enough, and concerns about what people think, and monetary concerns, and largely that's just gone away. And it's like, okay, I'm just here as the channel to bring it through, and that feels very good. It's inspiring.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
So everyone can do that. Every one of you has the power to do that in your own way, your own unique way. I found, like, my way, your way will be a different way. This form of it will look different, but the essence of it is the same. It's the spirit coming through and teaching others through you. But it'll be in a different format. And your job is to find that. No one else can find it for you. Your job is to find that, to journey it, uncover it, discover it, and allow the spirit to really guide you. And that's an inspired life. So we're going to get there at the end of the course. There's this undoing process first to go through. Okay, so where are we? Fundamental question you continually ask yourself cannot be properly directed to yourself at all. Okay, it's fundamental question. Hang on, there we go. I continually ask myself, cannot be directed to my separate self at all. Fundamental question of who I am
Cannot be directed
to my separate self at all.
Yeah.
It implies that
I don't get the logic of that. It implies, this implies that the answer is not only one you know. Why does it imply that?
cannot be directed to my separate self. Well, why would I look to my separate self if I didn't think I knew it? So it implies that the answer is not only one you know, but is also one that is up to you to supply. So you look to your separate self, saying, well, separate self, tell me who I am. Because you know.
Oh, I see.
And that's up to me to supply.
Okay. We could perhaps make that clearer, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could. The self knows what I am. How about the self
knows what I am and is able to supply the answer.
I might just say this. This implies that it is up to me to supply the answer. Let's cut through and make it short, simple.
Fundamental issue.
Yeah, I'm gonna read
Yeah,
that.
because
That makes sense.
yeah, the fundamental question of who I am that I continually ask myself cannot be directed to my separate self at all, because it implies, or this implies, that it is up to me to supply the answer.
Yeah, cannot, because this implies this questioning, fundamental question of who I am, cannot be directed to my separate self. because this
Should we
implies-
just take out that last bit after because? So just end the sentence after the separate self. My separate self. Do we need that?
Well, and leave out because this implies it is up to me to supply the answer.
Yeah.
Well, we're just cutting out a tidbit, but
You cannot.
I think it's quite interesting because it's up to me to supply the answer. In other words, I can create myself. You know, it's up to me to decide what I am.
Me being the separate self.
Yes,
Okay.
it's up to me to supply the answer. Yet I cannot.
Okay. Perceive myself correctly.
Perceive myself correctly. I have no image to be perceived.
Because in reality, I have no image to be perceived.
I have no image to be perceived. You want to say in reality?
Yeah.
Is
me
that-
to. There's
do you
sort
think
of
so?
different levels. I get confused when it moves between the levels.
No. In reality, I have no image to be perceived.
Yeah, that's good.
Huh?
The word image is always perception related. That's good. And not a part of knowledge. Yeah, that's okay, I think, isn't it? Seems quite clear.
Mm-hmm.
Images are symbolic. Well, you don't need to say and stand for something else that they are. So they're symbolic. That's a bit of a repetition, isn't it? Images are symbolic, and the idea of changing your image. Yeah, okay. The idea of changing your image recognizes the power of perception, but also implies that there is nothing stable to know.
There's nothing stable to know.
We could just say there is nothing stable to know. There's nothing stable in the idea. There's no stability in the idea of changing my image. Does that make sense?
No, it implies that there's nothing stable because I can change my image.
Yeah.
So now recognizes that, okay, I have some power to do that, but implies there's nothing really stable to know that because I can change it. So
Yeah.
how can I, if it's changeable, then it's by definition unstable.
Yeah.
But also implies that something like my self-image is changeable or unstable.
Yeah.
Oh. So you look at some experience of celebrities. Marisa Peer talked about it. I mean, you see this very clearly. Okay, so they're into image, and it's all about the external image, and you can change your image and but there's really nothing stable. Like they start wondering, who am I then? Because it's
I feel like we
like
need something else. Could we say something like foundationally unstable or inherently unstable? It needs, because people will change their image. One day they'll dress one way, then they'll dress another way, but they'll quite like that. It needs to be, something a bit deeper.
my self-image is inherently unstable.
Yeah. That's better, I think.
So you won't find certainty and stability there. And you know, the experience of these celebrities is very telling, because they have everything the ego can give them. They've got the money, they've got fame, they've got this whole image, people, you know, they've got followers, they've probably got image consultants, and yet they're miserable because that whole self-image is false. So you can't find stability in what's inherently unstable. And they're seeking it.
Generalization. I'm sure they're not all miserable, but so, you know, quite a lot of them are.
No, they will be miserable if they identify with their false self and the image of what they are. They will be miserable because there's no way you'll find happiness there. If they've gone beyond that and they've found their true self, then they might, well, yeah, absolutely, they could be quite happy and peaceful, but they would have had to have done that.
That's why I shared Jim Carrey today. That is the perfect example, because he found his true self, you know, through his journey.
Yeah, yeah.
He's very awakened, and he shared a very powerful message, like of the true self, actually.
Yeah. So he's gone beyond the image and you know, that's been his journey to awaken to really, it's not, he doesn't believe in Jim Carrey anymore.
No, he doesn't.
He just doesn't get, you know, that character. He's like, okay, well, I can see that that's not really me.
Exactly.
Whereas most stars are like, no, I really believe in the character, because the character's important. The character's very important. I'm a movie star and I get paid a lot of money.
I really love how he shocked that interviewer. There was one of the first interview in the video. The lady, she was like completely shocked by what he was saying, because she couldn't understand. He was talking about spiritual stuff.
Yeah.
She couldn't
what
get
did
it.
he say? He said something like, I don't exist.
Yeah, exactly. So
I don't even exist. And she's like, what?
Everything here is meaningless. Everything is meaningless. And they're like at this, like maybe this movie store or gala or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. And he's just like,
it's so funny. This like, what? Everything is meaningless. Oh, but your jacket is very styling.
Yeah, and she's trying to bring him back to some kind of form, and he's just like, no, I'm not going there.
Yeah, it was so funny.
So there you've got the disconnect between the two thought systems.
Yeah.
Now he's in the world of the ego, but he's going, I don't buy it. You know, I'm not actually this character. Everyone thinks I'm Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
I walk around and say, hi, Jim. And he's like, well, I know I'm not really that. It's quite cool. It's quite a lot.
It's really brilliant. This video, it was, I don't know, it found me, but it was so inspirational and aligned with the lesson and today's session, actually, about unconditional love.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that. So have a watch.
It wasn't me. It was the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit, yeah. But you listened. You see, you listen, because you can choose to listen or not listen. That's the key. So if you listen, then you can be used.
I'm getting there. Slowly but surely.
Yeah. It's opening up.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to read that from the top, Jackie? The fundamental question.
Yeah, the fundamental question of who I am. And I think we needed that there, that I continually ask myself, or two commas to bracket it as a subclause, whichever you prefer. Cannot be directed to my separate self, because this implies that it's up to me to supply the answer. That's not that. So we need an it is in there. So the second line, that it's, you got is, it needs to be either it is or it's. It is up to me to supply the answer. Start again. Fundamental question of who I am that I continually ask myself cannot be directed to my separate self, because this implies that it is up to me to supply the answer. But I cannot perceive myself correctly, because in reality, I have no image to be perceived. The word image is always perception related and not a part of knowledge. The idea of changing my image recognizes the power of perception, but also implies that my self-image is inherently unstable. Yeah, that's seems good.
Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so number 5. Who wants to read number 5? Knowing is not open to interpretation. To ask Elaine, maybe? Elaine hasn't read.
Knowing is not open to interpretation. Just continue, or do you want me to stop at each?
Yeah, so that's not going to need any translation.
Okay.
I'm not sure there'll be much translation in this one. So let's read it in the alternative. Knowing is not open to interpretation.
You may try to interpret meaning, but this is always open to error because it refers to the perception of meaning.
Okay, so we're talking about perception as opposed to knowledge.
Yeah.
Knowing is not open to interpretation because it's beyond interpretation. It's just a pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's a state of being, a pure experience. If you interpret meaning, you're in perception, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's open to error because it refers to the perception of meaning, which is variable. Okay,
Yeah.
number 3.
Such incongruities are the result of attempts to regard yourself as separated and unseparated at the same time.
Okay, I understand what he's saying there.
Well, mixture of stuff, incongruities.
Yeah, so an incongruity is where something's just out of alignment. So I'm trying to interpret meaning, but actually the meaning is open to error because it's actually perception of meaning rather than knowing the meaning. So there is incongruity is a result of an attempt to regard yourself as separated and unseparated at the same time. Okay? So that's the split mind.
Yeah.
One hand you think you're a separated self, the other you think you unseparated, you're one. Knowledge versus perception. Okay, so perception is in the separated from the separated self. Knowledge is the unseparated. Now you're trying to find certainty and meaning in the separated self and its perceptions. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What you really yearn for, you're looking for knowledge, but you're looking for it in the wrong place, in the domain of the separation. And you'll never find it there because perception is not stable. So in the end, you have to choose between, where you're going to play. You can't be separated and unseparated at the same time. You must be one or the other. So you've got to choose. If you choose to be unseparated, you choose oneness, then you return to knowledge, where there's no separation, there's no interpretation, there's no need to interpret anything, and the incongruities disappear because you're no longer trying to marry these two opposing realities. But as long as you stay in the separation, there will always be the split in your mind because you're trying to be separated, but there's the other part of your mind that knows that it's unseparated, the Holy Spirit. And there'll be a conflict between them.
Yeah.
And then you try and find what you yearn for in the illusion. So you want knowledge, but you look for knowledge and certainty in the dream world, and you're never going to find it. So this is what he means by the incongruities.
Right.
Don't look in the wrong place to find what can only be found in the right place. In pure formless awareness of perfect love, in knowledge, you will find certainty. Don't look for it anywhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, it's impossible. Next one.
It's impossible to make so fundamental a confusion without increasing your overall confusion still further. So fundamental confusion.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll give you a classic example of this. I had a chat to a guy a couple of years ago. It was actually a business meeting. We were talking about possible idea of alternative currency, and someone put me in touch with him because he'd been into crypto. But it's interesting because after about half an hour, 45 minutes, it became a metaphysical discussion. He'd studied quite a lot of spiritual stuff, and his point of view was that there's an alternative school of non-duality, which I just laughed at because then it wouldn't be non-duality anymore, as I pointed out to him. He's like, no, there's an alternative school, and I'm of the alternative school. And the alternative school says that both truth and illusion, both this abstract domain of being, Brahman, as they call it in Advaita, of pure, infinite, eternal awareness, God, source, both that is real, and then the Maya, the apparent illusion, is real, and both have reality. And I'm going, well, that's not a non-dual teaching anymore, is it? Because now you believe in two, not one.
Yeah.
So very obviously, it's not non-dual. It's not the alternative school of non-duality. It's simply duality. So don't give it a name that is disingenuous. It's actually just duality. You've gone from non-dual oneness into a dualistic thought system. You've tried to justify it and make it sound something more than what it is by calling it the alternative school of non-duality when it's just duality. Right? So this is what he's saying. It's impossible to make so fundamental a confusion without increasing your overall confusion still further. So this guy was confused, but he thought he had the answer. I'm going, but how can you? There's clearly a contradiction between these domains. How can you reconcile that? He's saying you can. I'm going, well, you can't. And this is what Yeshua is saying. In fact, he'd read A Course in Miracles. He wasn't studying it, but he'd read this. And I think the pure non-dual nature freaked him out. So he sought a teaching that would allow him to keep his ego. And of course, then people have invented these thought systems and these spiritual beliefs. So he found one. And then he goes, oh, well, then that's fine. I found something that suits me. And so then he gets attached to it because that suits his ego, because he can maintain his ego-separated identity by believing in the alternative school of non-duality. And he was into Tantra. So it's like, well, Tantra is all about physical sensation. And he's trying to find meaning in physical sensations like sex and so on. And I'm going, but you can't find meaning there because actually it's meaningless. The illusion is meaningless. And then, we departed. I just said, well, there's no way we can do business together because we completely disagree on the very nature of reality. So, of course, we're going to disagree about everything that we want to do in business, aren't we?
Yeah.
We can't reconcile these thought systems. So it's useful. So, okay, you can't work with that person because it's got an opposite thought system, and you'll just have continuous conflict. Okay, so he says your mind may become very ingenious.
Your mind may have become very ingenious, but as always happens when method and content are separated, it is utilized in a futile attempt to escape from an inescapable impasse.
Impasse, yeah.
Impasse.
Impasse is just you get to a logical stumbling block and you can't progress. It's just like, okay, I can't solve the problem.
Yeah, in
So
French, it's a dead end, actually. It's like a cul-de-sac, dead end.
Yeah. An impasse, and you can't go beyond it. You can't impasse, you can't pass. Impossible to pass. So the only way out of the impasse is to choose. The ego will lead you into an inescapable impasse. You can't reconcile the truth and the illusion. And if you avoid choosing, you will remain stuck in that impasse for a long time. And you can try and kid yourself that it somehow works. But it doesn't, because you've got the fundamental contradictions all the time. Okay, so if God is love, then how could God create such cruelty and such pain in the world if he created the world? You see, that's an impasse. If you try and make God love and you try and make God create the world, then you have an impasse, because both can't be true, can they?
Mm.
This is the logical contradiction. It's inherent in all the dualistic religions that make God somehow responsible for the world, the universe. Okay, well, God is love, they say, but then God also created the world, and we can see a lot of unloving stuff happens in the world. So then, logically, the world must be like its creator. God then created madness and insanity and pain and suffering, sickness and death. But God is love. Okay, you have an impasse, you see. You can't solve that logic. So you have to accept one or the other statement as true, but not both. That's the only resolution of the impasse.
Yeah.
You see.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you understand what he means when he says it always happens when method and content are separated. It is utilized in a futile attempt.
Yeah.
Method and content are separated. Okay,
Yes.
so my method
Method and content separated.
So mine has become very ingenious. That would be the method.
Yeah.
And the content that underlies that is false, illusion.
Separated, yeah.
So there's a split in the ego's thought system, which is just another internal contradiction that it has, which it won't want to look at. Whereas method and content in the Holy Spirit's thought system are the same. The method is forgiveness or letting go. And then the content that it reveals is one. There's only one mind. And you can let go of anything because there is only one. Oneness is the truth. So the content, the fundamental truth that we are one, then underpins forgiveness. You can let go of anything that's not that safely because you know that only the truth is true. Method and content are not separate, they're one. Okay?
Yeah.
But that's ingenuity is totally divorced.
Ingenuity is totally divorced from knowledge because knowledge does not require ingenuity.
Yeah, so you can understand what he's saying. Totally divorced. So they're totally separate.
Yeah.
Maybe totally separate instead of divorced. Totally separate from knowledge. So a separate thought system, right? You're in different thought systems.
Mm-hmm.
Ingenuity exists in this one, in the red boxes, in the domain of illusion, and knowledge exists in the blue, which is the domain of truth, spirit. And they don't meet.
Mm-hmm.
There's no meeting place of truth and illusion. They're different thought systems, different domains of the mind. And to try and reconcile them is to try and do the impossible. You never will.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, an alternative school, they say, well, everything's God then. Everything's God. God is in the sky, God's in the trees, God's, the source of all of it. And so God, it must be in the form as well. That's the mistake they made. Because if you say God is form, then you deny the very essence of pure formless awareness, don't you? Because God is formless.
Mm.
You can't be form and formless and formless at the same time.
Yeah.
So the contradictions continue. Whether you look at it as love and fear, form and formlessness, knowledge and ingenuity, you have to choose between the systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, so ingenuity is totally separate from knowledge because knowledge does not require ingenuity. No, because there's no need. In knowledge, everything's perfect. I am that I am, and I rest in that. There's no need. There's nothing I need to do. So why do I need to have ingenious thinking to meet an illusory need when there are no needs?
Mm.
Johnny, can I just ask, going back to what you said before about God not being in the form, which is often talked about, people talk about, the space between the particles, and that's being the creative field.
Yeah.
I mean, presumably there is a creative field there, but that's not God. Is that right? So that's something separate. So that's the
That's the illusion. Yeah.
That's the collective consciousness that is still part of the illusion, the creative.
Yeah. So this mind, the ego mind or consciousness, that's invented all of this stuff, projected all of this out from the guilt and sin and fear program, invented a whole world, projected it out, and now you've got, quantum mechanics and quantum field, and how's this all happening? And they don't really understand it. It's all illusion. It's a mind that is false, a false thought system that has done all of this. And so anything you try and do within this, within time and space and form, is magic. You're trying to fix up a dysfunctional dream that doesn't even exist. That's ingenuity.
Okay.
Knowledge simply says, well, none of it's true. So why bother fixing up a dysfunctional dream that's not even there? The world's not even there. You just transcend it and go back to source.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a completely different dimension, really. It's
a different reality. Yeah.
Okay.
And yes is consistently saying, don't get stuck in this one. The ego's got all these tricks. Another one is ingenuity, but don't be fooled by it, because it's just more of the same. It's trying to get you to play around here some more, try and solve the problem on the level of thinking at which it was created, within the domain of separation. Ingenuity operates within separation. Can you see that? Because it implies a lack, implies scarcity, a lack, a problem that needs to be fixed. Okay, then I go and I try and find the solution to the problem in time. So it's time, it's scarcity, it's lack. I'm well within the thought system of the ego, consciousness. And if I keep doing that, well, there's no escape. I'm never gonna to get to this pure formless awareness, because I've denied it.
And
It's just another subtle denial of the truth.
And Jono, when someone talks about negative energy in a room or space, and they say, oh, we need to clear the space in a room or in a home or wherever they feel negative energy, do you think it's also an ego trick, right? It's also a false belief from the ego, right? Or is it, I don't know, to perceive this when I think Thali was mentioning the other day, clearing a room or I was wondering, does negativity really stay in a room like that, or is it just a false concept again from the ego? It's a false belief.
Well, it's all false. Whatever, if you see a room, if you're perceiving a room that's there, then it's false, because there's no room.
Yeah. If everything is meaningless.
You get it. There's no room. So you're going, well, there's negative energy in the room, but the room doesn't exist. The negative energy doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's false. That's anything, negative, anything by definition is a negation or denies the truth. So that doesn't exist either. That's, so it's, and Yeshua's just asking us to see through the whole construct, to say, okay, it's all illusion, all of it. You think there's a room and you think you got to clear negative energy and you create, it's not even there. There isn't a room.
It occurred to me last night, actually. It came to me last night. I was thinking of negative energy in a home or in a room or whatever. Yeah. Because people say, I saw this article on the internet. That's why I was wondering, because there was an article saying that sometimes there's negative energy in your house, you need to clear it. So here's a list of things you can use.
Yeah, but you see,
and blah, 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 blah.
It's all within the domain of the ego.
Oh my goodness. There's a whole, so much.
The ego spins all these stories, and it's always trying to create a solution to the problem.
Yeah.
But it's not really solving the problem. House clearings. Okay, so there's apparent need. There's negative energy in a house. The house is possessed. Okay, well, we've got to find a way. So seeing a problem, finding a solution within that domain of the problem, the same level of thinking. It says, okay, well, now I've solved the problem. because this is what you do. Here's the 10-step list to clear your house of negative energy. But you're playing in the illusion. You see, you're making it real. You're making the house real.
So you
you're
could
making
just
the negative
say,
energy real.
you could just say there's no negative energy, it's just positive energy there. It's just a false perception.
Yeah, it's not really there.
It's not
And
there.
if you really do that, then you collapse the negative energy, because the negative energy is only in your mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, so now we need to clear the negative energy. There's a lot of negative energy. Well, what are you doing? You're making the negative energy real.
Yeah.
You see the games that the ego's got us
Oh
playing.
my God. Yes, it's crazy. Even with those crystals, so they were talking about crystals.
Yeah, crystal healing, whatever. It's all magic.
Oh,
You know,
no.
whether it's good magic, you think, well, this is better magic. I use crystals. I don't use allopathic medicine. Or, I use homeopathy rather than traditional drugs. It's the same thing. It's magic. You're using something.
It's placebo. Yeah.
Well, you're using something and you're attaching belief to that something in the dream world.
Mm.
And you're saying this now will work, and this on some level is going to fix the problem, and it's going to help me. And so I play with magical solutions, and that keeps me very much in this domain.
Yeah.
You see, if I'm engaging in genius thinking, I see there's a problem caused by all this chaos in the ego mind. Okay,
Creates
well,
more fears. Yeah, it's reinforcing fears.
I've got to come up with a solution, but it's within the construct of the problem. So am I really solving the problem, or am I just perpetuating the ultimate problem, which is separation, because I'm believing it, and I keep trying to solve it inappropriately, and I never solve it because I'm looking in the wrong place to solve it. I won't solve it on this level. I have to go
Yeah,
above
I think
this.
it's out of fear. Actually, it's out of the fear, because if you fear there's a negative energy or there's something, that's fear. That's a false expectation of appearing
False
real.
expectation appearing real. Yeah. So it's just a huge mind trip. It's pulled us down into this idea of separation, gone down the rabbit hole. We've forgotten who we are. We've denied this. These this dotted line symbolize the denial. You've forgotten. It's a forgetting, and amnesia comes over the mind. Every time you go down a level, say, okay, well, you forgot about that decision to be an individual. Now you're stuck in the guilt and the sin. Then you forget that and you deny that. Now you're in the fear. Then you project that all out. So you forget the fear, that becomes unconscious. And now you're out of your mind and you think you're a body. And you think that you're in this world you've invented. And all of this stuff is repressed. You don't know about the fear and the guilt and the decision to be an individual self, etc., because it's all in your subconscious, buried in there. And so now the journey becomes, well, you've got to go and uncover that. You've got to journey back up the ladder by reinterpreting all the experiences that the ego gives you in the dream. Reinterpreted by the Holy Spirit or the remembrance of oneness. Then when you do a reinterpretation, you go up a notch in the ladder. And you can start to erase these veils, these dotted lines. You can erase them, and you can recognize what it is that you've done.
So what are they representing, these little dots?
It's the forgetting. It's the forgetting.
Ah, okay.
You've forgotten at each level what you did.
Yeah.
So then you go down, and then you end up being seeming an individual person living in this crazy world, and you've forgotten how you got here because you denied it at every level.
Yeah.
And so now you have to go back up through these levels into the mind, down into the mind to rediscover, to remember what it is you've done. And that's what he's doing. This process is a process of saying, okay, this is what you think you did. So let's become aware of it and bring it back into awareness. And then you must choose. If you understand all of this clearly, the only logical choice that you can make, the only sane choice, is to go return your mind to this.
Yeah.
That's where he's trying to take you. It's like, okay, there's no resolution to the impasse except to make the one decision that I can make, which is to return to my source. That's the only way out. Every other way that I've tried and I could try will fail. And he's trying to train our minds to such a high degree that eventually we absolutely see that. We're like, okay,
Repetition. That's why we always need this repetition. I know you
Over and over.
this
Yeah,
chart
there's no
every
other way.
day.
There's no other way. You have to choose this. There isn't
Yeah.
another way to resolve your problem, because the ego is going to duck and dive and say, no, I'll find another way for you. You can do this, you could do this, and there's this
Yeah.
other course or this other technique or whatever.
Yeah.
And all it's trying to do is delay your awakening to what you are, and prolong
Resisting it.
prolong the pain and suffering in time.
Mm.
That's what it wants to do, because it wants to keep your mind under control, because that gives it some kind of existence, and it wants to have a separate existence for no particular reason. There's no, this is just like random, ridiculous idea. This wasn't of God. God didn't go, oh, well, I'll create the ego to test my children. There's many interpretations of this. The only correct one is this is just completely false.
I created the ego to test my children.
Yeah. So, there's all kinds of ways that people try and resolve this impasse.
Oh, yeah.
Reconcile the impossible. They say, well, God, in order to know himself, he needed to create something else so he could know himself through his experience of his children. So then he created an ego to allow himself to fully know himself, because he'd have an opposite to contrast it by. There's that, which basically justifies duality. It makes God into some kind of schizophrenic nutcase. Why would pure formless awareness of perfect love do that? Doesn't make any sense.
What did you just say about schizophrenia?
Well, if God would do this, okay, so some teachings will say, well, God, in order to know itself as perfectly one, needed to then create an alternative, so that through the experience of his children, the extensions, he would come to know the opposite, and then he would appreciate. Then through this experience, we would actually appreciate what oneness is, because before, just being in oneness, we didn't know oneness. We had to have the duality to know oneness. There's that teaching. You've probably heard of it. It's a dualistic teaching. It's nonsense. It's a load of rubbish. Not true.
Yeah, I heard about it. That's why we have so much confusion in our minds, because I've been inquiring for a long time about various teachings and stuff, but it does bring confusion the more you inform yourself, and the more you
a lot, because there's a lot of interpretations,
but you can feel true. Yeah, you're right. You often say that you can feel when you're resonate with the truth, or more aligned with the truth. You can feel it, that it feels right within your source or spirit. It does resonate or feel more aligned.
And what he's saying to us here is that there is no escape from the impasse except to choose the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, no matter how much ingenious thinking you engage in, and how much you try and reconcile these two domains, you never do it. It's not possible. You can't, because they are opposite, and you just have to accept that and then choose. So much simpler. He's saving us so much time. Saying just choose, because you'll never reconcile them. So let go of all this and accept this. So simple.
Yep.
Stop trying to reconcile the impossible. Whereas most teachings, even spiritual, so-called high spiritual teachings, they try and reconcile the impossible. They try and say somehow this is all of God. God is love, but God also did this. We don't exactly understand how. We can't explain why a loving God would do this, but it's a mystery. Then they resort to mystery. That's a mystery. How can we know the will of God? And I'd argue with that. I'd say, well, you have to know the will of God, because it's your will.
Yeah.
If you don't know the will of God, you don't know yourself. And you're confused and ignorant and deluded. So you have to come to know the will of God if you're going to wake up to who you are, because it's your will. And there's no mystery in that. There's just a clear choice. And seeing this for what it is. This is just some random, crazy, tiny, mad idea that got blown out of all proportion because we believed it. and has now taken us down into this insane reality that means nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's just saying this means it's totally meaningless, this world. Nothing I see means anything. And I've given everything I see all the meaning it has for me. God did not create a meaningless world. The meaning that in the last 14 lessons has been, it's all been all about meaning.
Yeah, I know. Love did not create a
Love did not
meaningless
create a
world.
meaningless world. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, how could it? It's stating there you've got a statement of truth. If I say love, perfect love, created this world, then there's a real problem. How do I say that?
Yeah.
How could perfect love create a world of guilt and sin and fear and attack and hatred and sickness and suffering and death? How could that be?
It's not possible.
Exactly. That's what he's saying. Love did not create a meaningless world. So it's not possible. So love had nothing
It's the
to do with
ego
it.
that did to us, or ego who did you.
Yeah. And the ego is false. It's an impossible idea,
Yeah.
which we've made seemingly possible by believing it, but it remains impossible. And
It's
it remains
unreal. It's
unfeasible, unreal. It remains an unfeasible, unreal thought system, which will never work because of that.
Yeah.
And when you see this, can you see when you get very clear on the metaphysics? It's so obvious. It's like, well, okay, the decision's made. It's over. I get it. I don't want separation anymore. This is crazy. It's insane. It's not going to work. Why don't I just go back here? Just surrender to what I truly am. It's there. I can feel it. I just have to accept it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, I'm out of here. I don't have to come back. Why would I have to come back to insanity when I see through what it is?
Yeah. I've heard that one before. I've heard that one before.
No reason to come back.
Yeah.
To do what? What are you going to try and accomplish here? Other than to escape.
I've
Your
heard, yeah, no.
only goal here is to escape. That's what he's saying. So forget all the ego's
To
goal.
ascend, yeah, or to go back home. To
Escape,
go back to
ascend,
love.
transcend, to leave it behind. If you realize you're in an insane thought system,
Yeah.
this entire place is completely nuts. You're
Yeah.
in the insane asylum. Why would you want to come back here? Why would you want to stay for any longer than you absolutely have to?
Yeah.
To try and find some temporary satisfaction in the insane asylum, which isn't going to satisfy you, because once you know the truth, only the truth's going to satisfy. So the whole game just becomes pointless and meaningless. And then you're free. You're like, well, I'm not attached to any of this. I can just let it all go, see it for what it is, and I rest in God. I rest in this state of awareness.
Mhm.
Even while I'm in a physical body, I can still maintain this awareness.
Yeah.
Always there. Okay, so let's just have a look at number 5. So knowing is not open to interpretation. I may try to interpret meaning. This is always open to error because it refers to the perception of meaning, and knowing not open to interpretation. It's impossible to. So it's impossible for me to make so fundamental confusion without increasing my overall confusion still further. My mind may become very ingenious, but as always happens, method and content separated is utilized in a futile attempt to escape from an inescapable impasse. Okay. And take out that bit. This case, my mind may become very ingenious, but this is a futile attempt to escape from an inescapable impasse. Ingenuity is totally separate from knowledge, because knowledge does not require ingenuity. Ingenious thing is not the truth that shall set me free, but I am free of the need to engage in it. When I'm willing to let it go. Okay, you want to read that from the top, really?
It was Elaine reading, actually.
That was a lead. Sorry. Forgetting. Elaine, you want to read it from the top?
Sorry, Elaine, we were cut sidetracked.
No. I may, I may try to interpret meaning, but this is always open to error because it refers to the perception of meaning and knowing, not open to interpretation.
Knowing is. And knowing, we could say knowing true meaning is not open to interpretation.
Yeah. It is impossible for me to make so fundamental a confusion without increasing my overall confusion still further. My mind may have become very ingenious, but this is a futile attempt to escape from an inescapable impasse. Ingenuity is totally separate from knowledge, because knowledge does not require ingenuity. Ingenious thinking is not the truth that shall set me free, but I am free of the need to engage in it when I am willing to let it go.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Yeah.
So what's he saying there in summary?
Well. Oops. Yeah.
Ingenuity and knowledge are separate.
The opposite.
And you'll never find what you seek. You'll never find happiness and peace. The certainty you seek in ingenious thinking.
An attempt to would just come to a dead end.
But you realize, I mean, you see how the radical nature of this teaching, because what he's just said pretty much undoes 95% of human civilization, technology, progress, everything we think is valuable. Ingenious thinking. You know, what have we done over the last few hundred years? Lots of ingenious thinking to solve problems, and this is called progress, isn't it? Technology. They're just saying, forget it. It's not going to work.
Not going to bring.
It's not going to bring you happiness. So it's a deconstruction. This deconstructs the entire world. Just this simple teaching on ingenious thinking. You'd be like, wow, that's a revolution. If the world adopted this, well, we'd stop trying to continuously create better new things, new solutions to problems, wouldn't it? We're just like, what's the point? Let's all just go within and let's concentrate on collapsing the dream. Let's get out of here. Just leave the domain of problems behind instead of trying to fix them.
Yeah.
A very, very different kind of world and society would evolve from that, wouldn't it?
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, totally don't. You see how radical this stuff is. And you see why the ego will have resistance. It's like, well, its entire thought system and the world it's created is being challenged directly by these teachings.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So this is a good one. This is about prayer. We've quoted this before in one or two of the sessions. Prayer, the nature of prayer. So, orally, when you read that, prayer is a way of asking for something.
Prayer is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of miracles. But the only meaningful prayer is for forgiveness.
Okay,
Because
so let's correct it as we go. Prayer is a way of asking for
prayer
something.
is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of correction. But the only meaningful prayer is for letting go.
Yeah, forgiveness. So read it in the
Yeah.
original. And the
Yeah,
alternative.
I just did, yeah. Yeah, but the only meaningful prayer is for forgiveness. So forgiveness is letting go.
Mhm.
Because those who have been forgiven have everything.
Okay,
Once
so-
forgiveness has
So
been,
hang on, we need to just fix that, I think. Those who have been forgiven have everything. Okay, so those who have, what does it mean by being forgiven?
who have let go or corrected, or who have let
Those who
go,
have let go have everything.
have everything.
That's what forgiven means. So again, it's not anything outside of you. Forgiven, those who have let go themselves. So you've
Or
forgiven
those who
yourself.
let go. Those who let go, you could also say.
Yeah.
Since those who let go have everything.
Okay, so once forgiveness has been
Once
accepted,
forgiveness has been accepted, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless.
okay, so once
Once
letting
letting go has been accepted, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. Yeah.
get that?
Hmm?
Yeah, letting go has been accepted. Prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless
Hmm.
because I've accepted letting go. Once letting go, so forgiveness has been accepted. Once, let's make it even simpler. Once I have truly let go, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. What am I, the usual sense of prayer is, please God or universe or whatever you want to pray to, help me. I've got a problem,
Yeah.
it's a perceived lack, and I'm looking for a solution. That's traditional prayer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's meaningless if you've truly let go because you don't perceive the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's
I
no
was thinking here actually in that sentence statement, I was thinking more it was asking for forgiveness towards others actually. So I was thinking like being others accepting your forgiveness. I was thinking more in that sense.
Yeah. No, but the reinterpretation says it's just you letting go. Right?
Yeah.
So your forgiveness means you've let go of your own negative thoughts and emotions, or the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. That's all.
Yeah.
And that's the prayer for letting go. If you say, help me, Holy Spirit, to let go, that's the prayer or the request. Nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have. Okay? So help me to let go and realize that I already am perfect. I'm already in the domain of knowledge. I don't need anything. I just have to let go of the false idea that I do need something, that there's something else going on.
Yeah.
So it's a complete reinterpretation of prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a lot of thousands of years of tradition of praying to God, some external God, saying, I'm lacking, please God help me, just goes out the window. It's like it's not required anymore. You let go of your false sense of self, and everything's given to you. So why do you need to pray for anything specific?
I've made that mistake. Yeah.
We've all done it. Many kind of conscious manifestation is a prayer.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I've got a need. I think I need to go, do this, manifest this. Well, what I'm doing is I'm saying, that I'm trying to ingenious thinking. I'm trying to solve my problems on the level of the illusion. It's magic.
So when you play Lotto, it's magic, right? People play Lotto.
Yeah, and they think that when they, if they won, that would solve all their problems. Well, just do some research on what happens to Lotto winners. You'll see it certainly doesn't. In fact, it can create a whole lot more problems. Many people can't. Well, they can't handle the money.
Oh yes.
Do with it. They don't know how to spend it properly.
Or invest it.
And all the the greedy relatives and come up the woodwork and want to get their money. It's a nightmare. I mean, it creates a whole set of problems that they didn't have before.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
guilty.
You've got 10 million euros or something in the bank. It's a whole new ball game of problems that just arise there. So has it really solved your problem? Do you have more peace of mind then? Probably
Well,
not.
depends. If you know already in advance what you want to do with the money invested for like a legacy, for example, or like to do something fruitful, like again, that's not egoistic.
Yeah, but then you probably wouldn't be playing the lotto in the first place if you were in that mindset, would you?
Yeah, you'll trust that it will have. I guess.
You get guided by spirit, and you go, I'm not looking for some kind of magic to cure me, to cure
But
my.
what if the spirit guides you to play Lotto?
Well, would the spirit really do that? I don't know. It has never done that for me, so I can't say. But the spirit's
Who knows? Who knows?
With form outcomes. The spirit's, remember, only concerned.
Only?
It's only concerned with you awakening to the truth. That's all that the spirit wants.
Yeah.
Not concerned with form outcomes. So it can reinterpret what the ego's made. But it's very seldom. It's not going to ask you to go and actively pursue illusions. The spirit won't do that.
Okay.
You're going to say, let it go. Just it's another attachment. Let it go. This isn't really going to solve your problem. Even if you won 10 million euros, whatever the number is on the lotto, it's not really going to solve your problem. Your problem is the problem of separation.
Yeah, I know.
That's what you need to solve. So more money, and you bring in separation into more money, it just amplifies the problems, and that's what a lot of lotto winners experience, like lots and lots of problems, because the money amplifies their ability to make mistakes. And they then seek for some kind of gratification of the level of form. So they'll buy expensive stuff and they'll waste the money trying to get, some kind of quick fix gratification. And they find it's disappointing. So what they have to do, they have to spend more. Let's go buy a bigger house or a bigger car. And 10 million euros doesn't go very far. Actually, it's very easy to blow through that quite quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Well, I'm sure. I can only imagine. I've never won Lotto, so
no. So instead seek to add true value.
Yeah.
And the spirit will provide the resources that you need to do that, and whatever you need, you'll be given. And you probably don't need 10 million euros, so you don't need. Do you really need 10 million euros?
Yes.
No, you don't. You don't need 10.
For my purpose, I do.
You don't need 10 million euros to be who you are, or you don't.
No, I can be who I am, but I'm saying for the purpose I have in mind.
Well, maybe, but maybe that's your ego purpose. You see.
Yeah.
So what I would say, I mean, I've had ideas of changing the world as well, but in the end, if you let all that go and you just say, well, I don't know, I'm not even going to try. You just show me, show me moment by moment.
Yeah.
Where I should be, what I should be doing. Then you actually surrender. And if
that's the state I'm in right now. I surrender to what is.
What is. So I'm not trying to consciously create it. I've let go of my own ideas. And if things happen, then they happen. And that's
exactly
meant to be. If not, then I follow the guidance. That's all I do, moment by moment. And it's actually a very peaceful way to operate.
It is.
Because there's no expectations. No expectation means no disappointment. Okay, well, I'm just doing what I'm doing. I know, and it, it feels good to do that. And okay, I'll continue. And if I get a guidance to change, then I'll change. And all of these, grandiose expectations can just be let go of. Okay, so where are we? Prayer for letting go is nothing more request that you may be able to recognize what you already have. In electing perception instead of knowledge.
Oh, I forgot what you were saying. I wanted to write something. Don't what? You say don't? I don't know.
I was there quite a bit. I just said, let's just let it go and
Oh yeah, no, I did write let go. Let go.
let go of your own intentions. I need 10 million to fulfill my purpose. Well, maybe not. Actually, it doesn't take 10 million euros to be loving and kind.
No,
And
no, it's not.
certainly doesn't need 10 million euros to build a community or extend your reach. So it's actually quite a lot of the tools are free. So
No, but I'm saying like to build, for example, a retreat center or something like that.
maybe.
That's
But
what that was.
that'll come if it's meant to be.
Yeah.
The resources will come. So then just leave it to the spirit. When the time's right, then that's meant to happen. It will, and you'll be guided. Okay, so where are we? Prayer for letting go is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have.
The prayer for letting go is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have. The prayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You already have this.
Yeah.
Electing.
In electing perception instead of knowledge, you placed yourself in a position where you could resemble your father only by perceiving miraculously. So your source, choosing perception instead of knowledge, you place yourself in a position where you could resemble your source only by perceiving correctly. Yeah. Okay. You have lost the knowledge that you yourself are a correction or.
So interesting. He uses miracle here in another sense. See, it doesn't make sense. You're a correction. You're a miracle of God is the original. That you yourself are a miracle of God, but he's using miracle in a different sense, isn't it? It's not a correction.
So why don't we use a miracle of God there?
Because, I think we can translate it. You yourself are
a correction of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
An extension. That's all. You are an extension.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's using miracle in another sense here, which he doesn't often do, but in this section,
a miracle of God. Yeah, you are an extension.
Yeah.
I quite like actually a miracle of God. Yeah. Original.
Yeah, but what does that actually mean? And it's confusing because people are like, well, I thought a miracle was a correction. So now,
if you know that in your understanding, that's fine. Yeah.
So he's using miracle in another sense.
Yeah. Okay.
You are an extension of perfect love. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then creation.
Creation is your source and your only real function. So, extension.
So no, here being.
Being.
Translated as being.
Being is your source.
Yeah.
Being is your source.
Yeah. Being is the source. It's another name for it. Being, source. Being in the sense that it's.
Okay, I get it.
No, being.
Yeah.
Being is your source.
Being.
Source, same order of reality. Being, source.
Yes. Okay.
Is your source and your only real
function. Yeah. Okay.
Your real function is just to be what you are.
Yeah, just to be. Yeah, I know. It's weird. I understood all of this like years ago, but so go back to the ego for doing. the wrong things.
Yeah, but then maybe you didn't understand it at a deep enough level.
No, I guess I needed to go back.
Go back.
Go back and have it.
Here's the pain of that thought system. And then it's like, okay, maybe now you're ready-
Eradicate the root.
yeah, we're ready to accept, okay, this is the truth. And, it's the only truth. I think, when Christine said what she said this afternoon, I think she just recognizes that it's clear to me. It's so obvious. I've done so much of this and studied it. It's like, okay, well, there's only one way. It's very simple. There's no ambiguity. There's no doubt. There's no equivocation. It's like, there's only one way. When you accept that, then you have absolute clarity and certainty. It's very simple. It's just your lack of acceptance of it makes it complicated, because now you're trying to justify the unjustifiable and somehow keep your ego and also surrender to God. And it's not possible. Okay, so let's do the translation. Yeah, so prayer is a
way of asking for something. And is the medium of corrections.
no.
Letting go is the only meaningful prayer. Because if I let go, I have everything.
We'll say asking to
Let go.
be truly let go.
Asking to truly let go is the only meaning.
Asking for, so just to clarify this, because
Asking
remember we want to
asking for help to
help
truly
truly
let go.
let go is the only meaningful prayer.
I wouldn't put for help though. I would just keep asking to let go. Well, it's fine. Yeah.
Well, the idea of
Asking
prayer is
for help.
you're asking, isn't it? So you're asking
Asking for help to spirit then,
asking
in
for
that
help to
sense.
truly let go
It's
is
the
the
only
only
meaningful prayer, because if I let go, I have everything.
yeah.
Or when I let go, I have it. Or letting, if I let go, I have everything. When I let go, I have everything.
When I
fully let go, I have everything.
once I've truly let go, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless.
Mm.
Therefore, my prayer for letting go is nothing more than a request
That I'm able to recognize what I already have.
Okay, so simple. Just let me be what I already am. Let me let go of any blocks to
already
that
have.
awareness. Let me let go of any blocks to that awareness.
Yeah. In choosing perception instead of knowledge, I placed myself in a position where I can resemble my source. I could or I can resemble my source.
Well, it's past tense. In choosing perception instead of knowledge, so past tense, because I did choose perception in the past instead of knowledge. I placed myself, and could is in the same order as the past. I could resemble my source only by perceiving correctly.
Yeah. I have lost the knowledge that
I am.
I am an extension of perfect love. Being is my source and only real function.
Okay, I want to read it from the top. Prayer is a way of asking for something.
Prayer is a way of asking for something and is the medium of corrections. But asking for help to truly let go is the only meaningful prayer, because when I fully let go, I have everything. Once I have truly let go, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. Therefore, my prayer for letting go is nothing more than a request that I may be able to recognize what I already have. In choosing perception instead of knowledge, I placed myself in a position where I could resemble my source only by perceiving correctly. I have lost the knowledge that I am an extension of perfect love, and being is my source and only real function.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary? In 30 seconds, what's the essence of that message?
That prayer is a way to let go. Prayer helps us to correct and let go, actually, to connect, to go back to source, basically. To go
So the
back
true
to who
prayer
we
is
are.
simply to, instead of asking for specific things, you see, it's related to the ingenuity idea. I'm not asking for anything specific to solve problems on the level of form. I'm just saying, I want to, I want to let go.
I just ask to let go, and
Yeah.
I correct myself to reach source.
Yeah, I
Or to
truly,
go back,
my only
to go
prayer
back
is
to source.
help me, Spirit, to truly let go
Mm.
and perceive this situation correctly. And then all other prayers are meaningless. They fade away because I don't need to pray for anything specific anymore, because I have everything. I'm connected to my source, and everything that I truly want is there. Okay?
Yeah.
Better move on. Number 7, the statement, God created man. I'll read that.
I was thinking to go to bed.
Getting tired.
Yeah,
We've got
I'm
7,
feeling
8,
tired.
4 paragraphs. They're not that long. And they're quite short.
Elena's left as well.
Yeah, everyone's timed out. It's just us. The last the graveyard shift. But we got 4 paragraphs, then we've done this. So, and they're not that long. They're quite short, actually. Paragraphs. So let's crack on, shall we? We'll see if we can get it done in half an hour. So the statement, God created man.
The statement, God created man in his own image and likeness, needs a reinterpretation.
Okay. So we'll leave that because it's
it's a quote.
actually a quote, So just,
Oh, but why did it change underneath to pure formless awareness?
because I did a global replace. That's why. You just replace to save time. I just do replace God with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Oh, yeah.
And then sometimes it doesn't work, but then you just fix it. You get there. God created man in
His own image and likeness. In his own, because we keep the quote.
Yeah, I don't understand. If that's a quote, that should be capital. Really, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
His own image, because we're talking about God.
Yeah.
So we'll
His
fix it.
interpretation, image can be understood as thought and likeness as of a like quality.
Oh, okay, we'll just leave the original. We'll fix it here. Image can be understood as thought, okay. And likeness
Likeness.
as of a like quality, okay. So he's giving us reinterpretation of these words, translation of these words. So image is thought, and this is part of what gave me the idea to do the translation, because he does this quite a bit. He does actually reinterpret some of the Bible stuff. So I was like, okay, well, why not do that with the course itself? So image is thought, likenesses of a like quality. So pure formless awareness of perfect love did create pure formless awareness in its own thought and of a quality like to its own. So then he talks about, we read the original, God did not create
God
spirit.
did not create spirit in his own thought and of a quality like to his own.
God did create spirit. So now, you see the inconsistencies. You've got small s,
Yeah.
and God, everything else is capitalized, and spirit small. I don't get that. It just doesn't make any sense to me why
That's the original text.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So for some reason, they don't capitalize spirit. They'll capitalize Holy Spirit, but they don't capitalize
But
spirit.
spirit is isn't that Holy Spirit?
Holy Spirit is different. The Holy
I know it's
Spirit
a reinterpretation. Yeah.
is the ability
The
to
reinterpret.
But spirit on its own is just pure formless awareness. So it's of the same.
Hmm.
It's in the same order of reality as God. It's, as he said, spirit in his own thought and of a quality like to his own. It's one. It's the same. Yeah. They're just different terms for the same thing. So it should be in the same order. It should be capitalized.
I have to get up early tomorrow, though. I really have to go.
Okay. Shall we
Because
finish?
it's 11:20, and I know.
Shall we finish this paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay. Pure formless awareness of perfect love
Did create pure formless awareness in its own thought and of a quality like to its own. No.
Okay, so did create, did extend, maybe.
Yeah. Did extend.
So maybe we'll say pure formless awareness. Maybe perfect love did extend pure formless awareness in its own thought.
Yeah, the words is
Quality
too
like-
repetitive. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Okay, so the perfect love God did
Yeah.
extend pure formless awareness in its own thought. So it's in its own, I think awareness is better. Did extend
Yes.
pure formless awareness. This
Awareness.
thought,
But
capital
it's
thought, is really
repetitive
awareness.
as well, though. It's
Yeah.
repetitive. Awareness.
Yeah, but then it's showing you that extend pure formless awareness in its own awareness. So spirit is the awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
That's really what it's saying. So actually pure formless awareness and spirits are the same. That's why we say the spirit of God is pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
Yeah? So when you do the translation, you see the truth in what you've the translation is accurate. Okay, so there's nothing else.
There's nothing else. Perception, on the other hand, is impossible without a belief in more or less.
More and less.
More and less. At every level, it involves selectivity. Perception is a continual process of accepting and rejecting, organizing and reorganizing, shifting and changing. Evaluation is an essential part of perception because judgments are necessary in order to select. Yeah. Okay. I would leave this like this to wait it. It looks good like that. It's clear enough.
Yeah, so we just personalize it. So statement God created man is an easy interpretation. Image can be understood as thought. Likenesses of a like quality. Perfect love did extend pure formless awareness in its own awareness of quality like to its own. Perception, on the other hand, impossible without a belief in more or less. So And we'll just personalize the same, my perception. On the other hand, is impossible without my belief in more and less.
My perception, yeah. Is a continual
The
process
process of accepting, rejecting,
Yeah, we
organizing,
can leave that.
shifting,
And my evaluation,
changing. So evaluation.
okay. So my evaluation,
Yeah, my evaluation is an essential part of perception because judgments, my
my
judgments are necessary
judgments are necessary in order to select.
in order to select. Do you want to change select to choose? I think it's quite
Yeah,
in order to.
choose. Yeah.
Okay, so read that from the top.
The statement, God created man in his own image and likeness, needs reinterpretation. Image can be understood as thought and likeness, as of a like quality. Perfect love did extend pure formless awareness in its own awareness and of a quality like to its own. My perception, on the other hand, is impossible without my belief in more and less. My perception is a continual process of accepting and rejecting, organizing and reorganizing, shifting and changing. So my evaluation is an essential part of perception because my judgments are necessary in order to choose.
Yeah. Okay, so clear. What's he saying there in summary? Perception.
That we are created like perfect love, as perfect love image, as a perfect love image, or as a God's image. It talks about God, and we are an extension of that image or that God likeness.
Yeah. And then the difference between perception and this awareness. So he's contrasting.
Well, yeah, perception is a continual process of accepting, rejecting, organizing, reorganizing, shifting, and changing. So basically correcting ourselves, correcting our mind, so that we have a, I guess, more right-minded.
Now, what he's saying is he's highlighting the difference between the domains, isn't he? He's saying,
Yeah,
so spirit is perfect, it's pure formless awareness, it's the same as God, it's of that order. Now it doesn't change.
yeah,
But my perception is
changes.
continually changing. I'm
Yeah,
accepting and rejecting. It's like that's good, that's
Yeah,
not good.
that's
I'm
good.
organizing, I'm reorganizing, I'm shifting, I'm changing, I'm
Yeah.
evaluating all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's an essential part of my perception, right? That's good, that's bad. I've got to
Yeah,
make choices.
we're judging. We have to
Judge it.
judge.
We have to judge in perception because you can't choose all things. In order
That's
to
why
choose,
select was quite a good word actually, because we do have to select what's good or bad or right or wrong. But
okay, so can keep select
select.
in order to select.
Yeah, select was quite a
So that's the difference between the domains.
yeah.
Perception is always changing, always judging, and it's not stable
Yeah,
at all. Whereas knowledge, none of that's involved. There's nothing to choose between. There's nothing to select between. It simply is.
yeah,
So much simpler. He's just saying, well, why are you bothering with perception when there is just perfect oneness, this knowledge of who you truly are, where there's no doubt, there's nothing to choose, there's nothing to select, you can't get anything wrong, you just abide in your true beingness forever, and it's perfect. Why would you not want that?
yeah,
Because perception's a nightmare. I mean, look at what we have to do on a daily basis just to try and function.
We
in this.
have to torture our mind.
Yeah, because we continuously having to scan them and say, is this
Yeah.
okay? Am I safe? Is that person dodgy or they're not? Am I
Yeah.
going to get hurt or not? You know, all these kinds
Yeah,
of
it
things.
is a nightmare.
And it's a nightmare compared with what I could just relax and bliss out and just be in this pure formless awareness of perfect love and have to do nothing.
Yeah.
Why would we want to do, why on earth would we choose this? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, does it?
No, doesn't.
And so this text, when you do it in this level of thorough detail, it will change your mind fundamentally about the ego. And you go, there's just no way I want this anymore. This is crazy. You're undoing it at its roots the more you do this.
Yeah,
So it's powerful stuff. And then
it is.
the workbook lessons become the practice of it. Okay, well, actually practice applying that.
Yeah, it really makes you understand it, the textbook and even the lessons on a much deeper level than if you were studying on your own or just
Have you
reading
done
by
the text
yourself.
before? Have you studied the text before?
Not the whole book, no. Some of the text, yeah.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah, because I used to in Cape Town, we used to have like also Monday sessions, like group. So we used to read the text together and then have an expression session. So we used to read the text, but I don't know actually if we read the whole book. I can't remember because I had two groups and I don't remember if I read everything.
Quite possibly not. And most
But
people,
obviously it didn't sink in deep enough. It wasn't thinking deep enough.
yeah, I mean, too often I've been to these groups, and this program was born out of, okay, I don't think it really cuts it. Obviously, you're going to go to a group for a couple of hours and you're going to talk about it, and I mean, it's not to say it's, to stop doing it. If that's all that people can do,
I
then
think
okay.
if I
But
do read it on my own and really try to understand it, it might sink in even more as well.
but this kind of process. Okay, so let's do a deep dive, line by
Yeah,
line.
this is good. This is very good.
Let's translate it. Let's summarize it. Then by the time you've studied this, I mean, we spent hours on it.
Yeah.
But you really have a thorough understanding. So okay, I
Yes.
do get this. And then this translation will
It
be
really
there
helps too, yeah.
for other people. They can go, okay, great. I can access the translation. I can access the summary, and
Yeah,
this
the
is
summaries are great. They're really amazing because they really grasp the content, like the meaning and of what the content of the textbook is.
yeah. And then they personalize them. Say, okay, so it's my perception.
Yes, I really love this.
Because then you own it. Then it's like,
Yeah.
okay, it's actually applicable to me. It's not theoretical, abstract ideas.
Yeah.
It's actually in my perception. So I personalize it, and then
Applicable.
you start applying it. Yeah, this is applicable to me. This text reading is directly applicable to me and my life. How? Well, there's I have to choose between knowledge and perception, and I can't choose ingenious thinking anymore. That's not going to work. Okay, that's a fundamental shift.
Yeah.
I just made that.
You can't resist anymore, the ego.
So, okay. Do you want to call it a night? I'm happy to continue. I need to finish this. There's 3 paragraphs to go. Do you want to do one more?
I was ready to go to bed. So I have to get up early, but I also like to finish. I mean, it's nice to finish the chapter. I wish we
to finish the section. Yeah. Okay. Well, do you want to go for one more? See how you feel. So, number 8. What happens to perceptions?
What happens to perceptions if there are no judgments and nothing but perfect equality?
Yeah. Interesting question.
Perception becomes impossible. Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
You can't perceive anymore because there's nothing to select. There's nothing to choose. All of
there's
that.
no judgment. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's why
your
he
mind
goes
is
and
free.
says, all the time, of course, don't judge. Let go of judgment, because it takes you beyond perception. It takes you into the domain where perception becomes impossible.
Yeah.
knowledge.
I still have to let go of some judgment for sure.
No, we all do. Judgment is the human condition.
I
We're lost
know.
in
But even
judgment.
I remember, but even when I was younger, I used to hate people judging other people, especially in the school. I was that 1 year I was in how do you say, boarding school, and it was like a girls boarding school, and it was horrible the way the girls were like always
But
criticizing and judging each other. I was like,
if
no,
you
I
were
cannot
judging
stay in
them-
this environment. I had to leave. Then I was out the next year.
But do you see what you did? You judged them for judging.
Yeah, I did. I did the same thing as they did.
So there you go. You know,
Yeah, I'm
Um,
just as bad. That's
yeah,
already a correction needed right there.
you judge them for judging.
I
A
know.
course teacher once said to me, you know, he was
I,
kind of he was
Yes.
self-deprecating. He said, "No, well, I was at a party once, and some guy arrived. I was talking to a friend. I said, oh yeah, no, that guy. You know, he's very judgmental. Yeah, he's like, and then because he'd had some mind training in the course, he went, hang on, what have I just said? You know, I've just judged him. I've been judgmental. And judging him as judgmental.
Yeah, I know. People.
So that's what we do. You know, we caught up in judgment. And all of that is perceptual, and it's got nothing to do with the truth. It keeps us away from the truth. Truth can only be known experientially. You know, that's why ultimately this comes down to universal experience.
What did you say? The truth? What?
The truth can only be known
Yeah.
experientially.
Yes.
Yeah, you know the truth. You don't judge the truth. You don't surmise, calculate, analyze, compare. None of those things that the ego does in perception apply.
Yeah, no, I still have to work on these.
You can only know the truth in your heart, in your feeling, in your beingness. And that's a different kind of awareness entirely from perception. Get it?
And you know what's funny? I have actually a reminder on my phone: do not complain, do not judge, do not control.
Yeah. It's so entrenched. You know, this is
It runs really deeply. That
it runs really
programming.
deep. So Yeshua's got to give us a really deep clean of our minds and say, okay, I've given you this course. And the reason why it's got 1,300 pages, and it's this massive tome, is because you've got to do a whole load of undoing.
Yeah.
The one page isn't going to cut it. You've got to
That's for sure.
clean your mind, you know, because then you could just say, well, nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. Or even simpler, God is, and nothing else exists. You know, these are statements of pure non-dual truth. But he knows we're going to need to just go over this and look at it in so many different ways. And every time we do this, we're cleaning our mind on another level. So you do another section of the text, and he gives you some other perspectives on it.
No, it's amazing. Yeah.
It's like something's cleaning, something's being undone as you do this.
Yeah.
And if you keep doing it, you know, my experience, it's just like, wow, you just know this. That's knowledge. You know that it's true. There's no more doubt. You absolutely do know. And then you're in the domain of knowledge rather than perception. And then you have certainty. And you can live your life, you know, in a relatively happy state, because you know that the truth is there. And this is just such a temporary dream. It will fade away and be undone very quickly. And that's the enlightened state. Okay, so all of it is equally true. Knowing any parts of it is to know all of it.
All of it is equally true, and knowing any part of it is to know all of it.
Because it's one, so there is no part of truth. Part is the whole.
It's just knowing the truth.
Yeah. He's collapsing the idea of there are things called parts that doesn't really exist in truth. If you know some of it, you know all of it, because it's all of the same quality. It's all the same.
Only perception involves partial awareness. Yeah. Knowledge transcends the laws governing perception, because partial knowledge is impossible. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. Makes sense.
Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be oneness anymore. It wouldn't be knowledge.
Yeah.
So as soon as you try and split non-duality, you say, let's split oneness and we fragment it, then you don't know it anymore. You're in perception and you've denied knowledge.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's an all or nothing deal. So look, you accept this entirely. Perfect oneness is perfect oneness is perfect oneness, and there's nothing else. You accept that, or you must accept that there's duality,
Mhm.
and that actually there's now this whole other domain of perception going on, which creates an alternate reality, and there's no happiness and no certainty. Is that really what you want?
No.
Okay, so it is all one.
But
and
that's what I have chosen, unfortunately, yeah, in the past.
Well, we've made a mistake because we chose to be human. We chose
Yeah.
perception over knowledge, but we can change our minds.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
And thank God for that. So we can
Yeah.
actually get out of this insane dream.
So it is all one and has no separate parts. You who are really one with it need but know yourself, and your knowledge is complete. And to know God's connection is to know him. To know God's forgiveness is to know him.
To know pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension. So he's using miracle here, God's miracle.
Oh, miracle.
In the sense of extension. Yeah.
I was
Rather
inventing,
correct.
actually, I was inventing words I didn't even see. It was just above there.
Okay. To know pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension is to know
him.
it. To know
Mm.
it. Right?
To know it. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right, so personalize this. So what happens to my perceptions if
When there are no judgments, maybe. No.
I have no
If
judgment?
I have no judgments, yeah. And nothing but perfect
equality.
equality. My perception becomes impossible.
Or perception becomes impossible for me.
Yeah. Truth can only be known.
I can only know truth.
Yeah.
I can only
No truth.
know truth.
And all of it is equally true, and it's a little bit repetitive here now. You can only know truth. All of it is equally true.
Can only know truth.
I would take out section.
All of it is equally true.
Because it's repeating true truth. So there's no need for that, is it?
No, well, it's saying it's equally true. All the truth is equally true. It's the same
Oh, okay.
quality. So knowing any parts of it is to know all of it. So I just put in a so there. So knowing any parts of it is to know all of it.
Okay.
Only perception involves partial awareness. But knowledge transcends the laws governing perception. Because partial knowledge is impossible. Because all one has no separate parts. Yeah. I am who I am really one with it.
Yeah.
I need only know.
I need myself. And I only need to know myself.
Yeah, and
I only need to know myself.
need to know
Myself, and my knowledge is complete.
capital self, shall we say, capital,
Yeah.
know
And my
myself.
knowledge is complete.
Yeah. So knowledge is just know thyself. You know,
Yeah.
Greek,
Yeah.
ancient injunction of the temple of
Mm.
Apollo in Delphi is know thyself. That's knowledge. Everything else is not knowledge. Anything else is illusion. Actually.
Mm.
So it deconstructs all of the ego's so-called knowledge and simply says, no, it's not really knowledge at all. It's just fantasy. It's illusion. So to know,
No pure formless awareness, perfect love's extension is to know it.
my knowledge is complete. I need to know myself, and my knowledge is complete. So when I know,
Or knowing perfect love's extension is knowing it.
yeah, but I want to personalize it. So when I know,
Okay.
when I know perfect love's extension,
I
then I
know it.
so I know myself, then I come to know God.
Yeah.
And this is the injunction of all the mystics: know thyself, because
Yeah.
you come to know who you really are, the capital self. You come to know God. It's the same thing. But it personalizes. It says it's in me. It's not somewhere out there. That's the advantage of saying it's my own self. It's within me, rather than I'm looking for it, in the external conceptual God that I think is somehow outside of me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read that from the top. What happens to my perceptions?
What happens to my perceptions if I have no judgments and nothing but perfect equality? Perception becomes impossible for me. I can only know truth, and all of it is equally true. And so knowing any part of it is to know all of it. Only my perception involves partial awareness. But knowledge transcends the laws governing perception because partial knowledge is impossible. It is all one and has no separate parts. I am really one with it, and I only need to know myself, and my knowledge is complete. When I know perfect love's extension, then I know it.
Then I know
Perfect love.
myself.
Yeah, perfect love as myself. Yeah.
Perfect love is myself. So it's just an affirmation.
Oh, is myself, not as myself.
Well, what you prefer? I know perfect love is myself.
Yeah, that works. I mean, both works. Yeah, is or as myself. Yeah.
Is just a bit more powerful.
Mm.
Okay, so he's saying that, to know knowledge is to know myself. I know it completely. It's
Yeah.
beyond perception. There's no there's no partial knowledge. It's whole, it's complete. And I'm perfect in that when I identify with it. And so I have to let go of perception. All right, 2 short paragraphs. Really up for it.
Keep yawning.
Forgiveness is the
You have to ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness is the healing of the perception of separation.
yeah.
Letting go is the healing of the perception of separation.
Yep.
Letting go is the healing of the perception of separation. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Letting go, letting go, letting go.
Yeah.
Correct perception of your companion is necessary. Yeah. Because minds have chosen to see themselves as separate.
Change that to
To
perceive, maybe.
perceive themselves as separate.
Mm-hmm.
Pure formless awareness knows pure formless awareness of perfect love completely. Mm.
So this
Okay.
was spirit, yeah? Spirit knows God completely.
Mm.
So we'll say,
Why don't we keep spirit then? Spirit knows.
well, how about that? Pure formless awareness. Because we've kept the translation consistent. We've translated
Okay, you
spirit
kept.
previously. So pure formless awareness knows perfect love completely. It's the
Mm.
pure formless awareness of perfect love. It knows it
Yeah.
completely. See?
Yeah.
So it's interesting because in the translations, when you do this and you do the substitutions, it actually does make sense.
Mm.
And so then it's showing you, look, we're on the right track here. The language is correct.
Mhm.
Because it actually, spirit is pure formless awareness. God is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Well, pure formless awareness, spirit, being of God, would know perfect love completely. It's the same. I mean, it's 6 of one and half a dozen another. Whether you call it spirit of God or spirit of God, it's the same thing. It's one singular awareness. That's what we're trying to emphasize here. Pure formless awareness of perfect love, we call it. Which knows itself completely. That is its miraculous power. Pure formless awareness knows perfect love completely.
Correct perception and your companion is necessary because minds have chosen to perceive themselves as separate. Oh, I already read that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pure formless awareness knows perfect love completely. That is its miraculous power, its correcting power or corrective power.
Yeah.
That is its corrective power. The fact that each one has this power completely is a condition entirely alien to the world's thinking.
Yeah. Alien or
Unknown. The fact that each one has this power completely is a condition entirely unknown to the world's thinking. Mhm. The world believes that if anyone has everything, there is nothing left. There's nothing left.
we want to keep world, just because the world is really a symbol for the ego. The ego is unknown to the
Yeah, we could put ego's thinking.
thinking of the
Separate self.
of the belief and separation that governs the.
I wouldn't put the thinking though, I would just put the belief in separation.
Yeah, fact that each
Thinking.
one has this power entirely unknown to the belief in separation.
To the belief in separation that governs the world. The fact that each one has this power completely is a condition entirely unknown to the belief in separation that governs the world.
Yeah, well, to the thinking of the belief. I mean, I get what he's saying.
To the word thinking.
Because it's a thinking,
Mm.
to the thinking,
Mm.
to the, how about, I'll tell you what to do, to the thought system, because that's what it is, of separation governs the world. Unknown in thought system, because that's what he's talking about, of separation governs the world. Okay?
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah, great. So just get rid of that.
The world believes that if anyone has everything, there's nothing left.
So let's say this thought system.
Yeah, believes that if anyone has everything, there's nothing left. Nothing left. What does that mean? Nothing left on the earth or what?
Well, nothing left for anyone else. If everyone has everything, then there'd be nothing left, because everything would leave nothing for anyone else. So it's based on scarcity.
Mm.
So everyone, you have everything. Well, if you judge that in material terms, that's someone who's going to own everything, and there's going to be nothing left for anyone else.
Oh.
But actually, if anyone has everything, then that's shared. That doesn't deprive anyone else. You have everything. That doesn't deprive me of everything. In the Spirit's thought system, does it? Holy Spirit's thought system. Because you have everything, which is infinite, eternal love, and I also have everything, which is the same love. And your having everything doesn't diminish my having everything. In fact, it adds to it, because now we can share our experience of having everything together.
Yeah, that's why water should be free.
Okay.
No one should own water or sell water. Water should be free and accessible to everyone.
Okay, that's a bit of why did you suddenly go from love, you went to water? Why did you do that?
Because water is love. We have water in our body.
Okay. Yeah, but it's of a different quality. We're talking about love here. We're talking about love that transcends any form.
Any form.
Water is form.
Transcends water. Yeah, water is form.
Yeah, I mean, water can be symbolic of love, and you could say, okay, water should be free because love is free.
No, because I'm thinking when we say there's nothing left, some people always think there's going to be a lack of water, like during the drought, like drought, or I mean, it's a belief. Again, it's the belief system of the ego that thinks in scarcity, or because I'm just remembering it's just where we say there's belief. The thought system believes that if anyone has everything, there's nothing left. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's always enough for everyone.
There's enough of what's true. There's enough love, and there's enough peace, and there's enough joy for everyone, because those are free. There's no scarcity of those.
Yeah.
So it's in a different order of reality.
Yes.
You can't mix the orders, because the Spirit's laws don't make sense on the material level.
Yeah.
And likewise, the world of forms, laws, scarcity, lack, limitation, don't make sense on the spirit level. They're different orders of reality that contradict each other.
Yeah. But pure formless awareness of perfect love's corrections are as total as its thoughts, because they are its thoughts.
Okay. Because they are its thoughts. So pure formless awareness of perfect love's miracles. So again, he's talking about
God's miracles.
It's extensions.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
God's a miracle. So he's talking about
miracles
extensions.
Are as total
Extensions.
his thoughts, because they are his thoughts.
But perfect
That's
love's
pure formless.
extensions are as total
As its thoughts,
As
because they are its thoughts.
Remember, we translated thoughts as its awareness, because they are its awareness. Do you see? It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect love's extensions are as total as its pure formless awareness, because they are its awareness. And then it makes total sense. You see, we are this awareness. That awareness is us. It's God's awareness, but it's our awareness. And there's the merging. And in that awareness, if you're in that awareness, you are in one with God. God loves you. You are loved by God.
Loves awareness. Yeah.
You are in this loving awareness. And it collapses subject-object. There's no God loves you, because there's no you anymore. There's just one awareness, which you're experiencing as you see. So it collapses duality. God loves me. No, God doesn't love you. God is you.
Yeah,
See?
makes sense.
So it collapses the subject-object duality, and you simply accept that I am pure formless awareness of perfect love. So that awareness is my awareness. And in that awareness, I share awareness with my source, and the merging of the Son and the Father has now taken place. I'm now, one again with the awareness, which was always mine, it always has been there, but I denied it, and I went on a whole mind trip and forgot it. And now I'm just remembering it. It's so simple, isn't it? So simple.
It is. It's very simple.
When you translate it correctly and you get beyond the dualistic, oh, there's some God out there, and you see that it's
Yeah,
just
that's
awareness,
how
and
that's
what
how
this
I've
does.
been brought up to.
Yeah,
brought
That's
up.
what most people believe. But if you
Yeah,
do,
I believe that. I believe that for most of my life, actually.
if you do the translations like this, then you see in the translation, it's shown to you that it's one awareness. It's the same awareness. So my awareness is God's awareness. And when I'm rooted in that awareness, then I know God. And God is known in my own experience. And that's what all the mystics have said. Throughout time, they've all said the same thing. You know God in your own experience and come to know it experientially. It's not some conceptual belief, some dogma that you believe in. Okay, so
Yeah,
letting
the thing is, it's tricky in French because you translate it as consciousness. You see, awareness. It's translated as consciousness.
So is there no word for awareness then?
Consciousness. That's what I'm saying.
You see, but in English you have consciousness and you have awareness. So you
I
can
know, but that's why.
differentiate.
Yeah, when I
So maybe you should invent a word.
I
Make
think
up a new
so.
word. For awareness.
I think
Yeah,
so.
well, it's useful to distinguish.
It is.
Awareness is not consciousness in this teaching, is it? Consciousness is
Yes,
of the ego.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pure awareness transcends the domain of consciousness. So then you have to have language to describe it. If you only have consciousness, then it's going to get confused.
Sensibilisation or sensitivity. The sensibilisation. What's it called?
I don't know. Make up a word. Awareness, or use English. Just say awareness. In some languages, you just use an English word and adopt it. Say awareness. How would you say awareness?
Awareness. We say aware as well, like in English. Aware.
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 Awareness.
Aware. Oh no,
Yeah.
wait. Aware wasn't. I don't think it's even English. Aware. Aware means yeah. Awareness. Awareness. It's like yes, it is. It is yes, awareness. Like you're aware of it. Like yeah. I don't know. It's like affirming. That something is true.
If you're gonna do a translation of this, you probably need a word for awareness.
Yeah.
In French.
Gonna
So
be an
you have to
interesting
figure
one.
out.
What am I
it
gonna
out.
invent?
Yeah.
To be inventing from the ego.
But that's the usefulness of English, because it has so many words. It gives you the ability
Yeah.
to differentiate between these different words. Because there's subtleties and nuances in the words, aren't there?
Yeah.
So very useful. So you have to make up some new French words or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm
letting go.
usually good at making up words. Sometimes English words.
Well, someone made up all the words to start with. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
how English was invented.
absolutely.
People made up the words. So why
Yeah.
does that stop? The language should be evolved to meet the need to communicate. So
Yeah.
make another word that it's like, okay, well, this is, there's a word for awareness as opposed to consciousness in the language.
Let's see.
Okay, so letting go is the
Réalisation could be a good one. Realization.
realization, maybe.
Or recognition.
I mean, they all have slightly different meaning.
I know, that's the problem.
Awareness is like
They all have their own
fundamental.
meaning. That's the
It's the
problem.
fundamental nature. Like I have awareness.
Yeah.
Right now I have awareness. Even if I'm sleeping, there's some awareness that allows me to sleep.
And
see what I mean?
consciousness doesn't work.
Well, a lot of people would say consciousness is awareness, but in this teaching, he's saying consciousness is correctly identified as a domain of the ego.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
consciousness is awareness, but you have an awareness now of separation. Separation.
So
Seems to be
in my understanding, it would be like a presence, the presence of love.
presence is another word for awareness. Eckhart Tolle uses it a lot. Presence.
Oh, there you go. Maybe I found it.
Yeah. Maybe you use presence. Presence versus consciousness, and there's a distinction between this. Because the one is completely free of illusion. Presence simply is. There's no belief in separation. And consciousnness is awareness, but that awareness is now governed by the idea of separation. So the idea of separation is in charge. And so it's actually it's a thought system based on a false idea of separation. That's all.
Yeah.
As opposed to pure awareness, which is beyond it. There's no idea of
Purest
separation and pure awareness. Okay, so letting go. You want to read this? Summarize this. Letting go is the healing of the perception of separation. So how about when I
let go, my healing of the no wait. When
I let go,
I heal the perception of this.
I heal the perception of separation. So healing is letting go.
Yeah, I heal the perception
Oh.
of separation. I heal my perception, maybe. I heal my perception of separation to personalize it.
Yeah. So instead of correct perception of my companion is necessary, I must perceive everyone correctly.
Yeah.
Because my mind
has chosen to perceive itself as separate.
So now to correct it, I must perceive everyone correctly.
Yeah.
Pure formless awareness knows perfect love completely. That is its corrective power.
I must perceive everyone correctly because my mind has chosen to
What is
perceive
the power?
itself as separate. Pure formless awareness knows perfect love completely. That is its corrective power.
So how about we say, I have the corrective power
But
comes from pure formless awareness,
which knows
perfect love completely. We've done the corrective power. Each one has this power completely.
Well, we
So
all have this power. No? Each one has this power completely.
the fact that everyone
has this power. Has this complete this power.
has this complete power. It has this power completely. So there's a complete.
Yeah, it's completely so.
There's no limitation on that.
Yeah. Also, has this infinite power then? No, or full.
This power completely is entirely unknown in the thought system.
The fact that everyone has this power completely is entirely unknown in the thought system of separation that governs the world. Yeah, we could leave it like that.
Well, this thought system believes that anyone is everything. There will be nothing left. So based on scarcity in the material world, well, someone had everything, then everyone would be deprived. They wouldn't have anything for themselves. That's on the external level. That would be true. But we're not working on that level. We're working on the interior. working, if you look at an external level, someone has everything, then everyone else has nothing. That's the ego's logic. But on this level, in this quadrant, if I have everything, that doesn't preclude other people from having everything, because there's more than enough to go around. We're not talking about anything that's finite and limited. Love, peace, joy, happiness are not finite qualities. They're infinite. So that's what he means. It's either corrected power that comes from pure formless awareness, which knows perfect love completely. Okay, happy with that? The fact that everyone has this power completely is entirely unknown in the thought system of separation that governs the world. This thought system believes that if anyone has everything, there will be nothing left. But perfect love's extensions are as total as its pure formless awareness, because they are its awareness. But, so we'll say, I as perfect love's extension as total as its pure formless awareness, because I as perfect love's extension as its total as its pure formless awareness, because I am its awareness. Okay? All right, I think. Do you want to read it from the top?
It's weird, the repetition at the end of pure formless awareness.
Okay. We'll read it and we'll see how it needs
When
to.
I let go, I heal my perception of separation. I must perceive everyone correctly because my mind has chosen to perceive itself as separate. I have the corrective power that comes from pure formless awareness, which knows perfect love completely. The fact that everyone has this power completely is entirely unknown to in the thought system of separation that governs the world. This thought system believes that if everyone has everything, there will be nothing left. But as pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension, am as total as its pure formless awareness, because I am its awareness. Like 3 times awareness. This is a bit, I don't know, maybe it's supposed to
I am
be
as
repetitive.
total as its. Well, what he's trying to say is that it's the same thing, yes? So that's why we repeat it. I as pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension, am as total as its entire awareness, as its, maybe we just say, as its awareness, because I am this awareness. Is that better?
Now you can leave it the way it was. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm the total as its pure formless awareness, because I am this awareness. This pure formless awareness is my own awareness, and it's also my source's awareness. They are one and the same thing. That's really what this is saying. So he's trying, through, and then in the translation, it becomes really clear, doesn't it? That, okay, it's one, it's one single awareness in the same line. I am an extension of this awareness. I have this awareness. I am this awareness. And so you start to recognize that I am this awareness, and there's no separation. And that's all that this is about. If I have that awareness, I am that awareness, then I'm home. In
Yeah.
that awareness, I'm home.
Where
This
else to go?
where else to go. And you know, the journey, the long journey of delusion that I'm some other awareness is over.
Yeah.
And he's just telling us that all the time. So
It's time to go home now and there and that awareness.
yeah, no. And it's time to go to bed soon. So we've got one more paragraph.
Oh my God.
So one more, come on, just push through, one more, and then we're done. And
Yeah, I was the one being told I was pushy, but I think someone's reflecting that mirror right now, being pushy.
well,
That mirror
I'm saying,
is being reflected there.
I'm
pushy.
saying you can do this.
Yeah, I can.
You're not actually that tired. I only got 3 hours last night, and I'm fine.
Yeah, that's good. I don't think about it. Okay.
So just
I don't think about it. It's
No,
fine.
because
Ours-
this process is, you know, the spirit comes through, and it gives you the
Yeah.
energy.
It gives energy. Yeah, I know. I've realized that because when I don't think about it, I always feel energized, even if I sleep less hours. So
Hmm.
it's really the mind, the mind thinking, the mindset.
Hmm.
As long as perception lasts, prayer has a place.
Hmm.
As long as perception lasts, prayer has a place. Since perception rests on lack, those who perceive have not totally accepted the atonement and given themselves over to truth. Perception is based on a separated state, so that anyone who perceives at all needs healing.
In other words, everyone in the world, we're all stuck in perception.
Yeah,
Everyone needs healing. We
yeah,
need healing from the idea that we're separate and that we can perceive it all.
yeah,
So puts it in a different light. Most people think healing is, oh well, I've got some physical condition or some problem.
yeah.
No, as David
Correcting the
says,
mind. The
you
mind.
have a fundamental perceptual problem.
Yeah,
That's the problem. You have a perceptual problem. That's what needs healing.
yeah,
You perceive that you are a separate person living in a body. You're human in this seemingly external world with all kinds of people and circumstances and events going on that don't make any sense. That's your perceptual problem. And that's the human condition. It's a fundamental problem, isn't it?
yeah.
I
It is.
perceive that I'm something that I'm not. I perceive that I'm living somewhere where I'm not really. Talk about a fundamental problem. So correcting that perceptual problem is the aim of this course. He's trying to help us out of the delusion to recognize that it is just false. It's a misperception. Okay, so perception is based on a separated state. So anyone who perceives it all needs healing.
Communion, not prayer, is the natural state of those who know. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and its correction are inseparable. How beautiful indeed are the thoughts of pure formless awareness of perfect love who live in its pure formless awareness.
So we'll change that. Perfect love.
I don't know how I would even translate.
So this, we'll read the original. So read communion.
No,
not
I'm
prayer.
saying in French, I'm thinking the
Yes. Yeah. So God and his miracle are inseparable.
God and it's where are we?
God and his miracle are inseparable. So God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and its extension
Are inseparable. It's
are
extension.
inseparable. So how beautiful, and then how beautiful indeed are the thoughts of God who
Who
live in
lives
his light.
in his light. How beautiful indeed are the thoughts of perfect love who live in its pure formless awareness.
Yeah. So light is pure formless awareness.
Your worth is beyond perception because it is beyond doubt. To not perceive yourself in different
awarenesses, yeah, in different
lights,
lights.
awarenesses.
Yeah, maybe that needs a bit of.
I didn't
Not-
know we could put awarenesses in plural like that.
You can actually, yeah.
Mm.
It's not commonly done. But
No,
not perceive yourself in do not perceive yourself in or through. Not perceive yourself through a different awareness. That's what it means. Perceive yourself through a different. The thoughts of perfect love are the extensions, maybe. Thought. Just go back. The extensions of perfect love. You live in its pure formless awareness.
The worst is beyond
That's
perception.
live in its light, pure formless awareness.
Mm.
We live in its
Pure formless. Mhm.
worth is beyond perception because it is beyond doubt.
Do not perceive yourself through. Oh, I forgot. To not perceive yourself through a different awareness. So it means do not perceive yourself through a different light, or what? Through a different. What
Yeah,
did it-
well, different. Do not perceive yourself in different lights.
in
Well,
different
that's
lights.
really meaning in a different perspective,
Do not perceive yourself through a different awareness. Yeah, that sounds better.
which would
than
be the ego.
through-
Yeah?
yeah.
The different light would be the ego, another awareness through. Maybe we just need to make that small. Do not perceive yourself through a different awareness.
Yeah.
Small a, yeah.
Know yourself
yourself
in the
in the
one pure formless awareness where the correction that is you is perfectly clear. Yeah.
Where the miracle, so the original would have been the miracle that is you is perfectly clear, where the extension that is you is perfectly clear. Okay. So let's just personalize this. Read the personalization, and then if you don't want to do a meditation, we can skip that. Or that might be a nice bedtime. That'll send you off to sleep. It's a great way to go to sleep. So
It'd be putting me to
You could
sleep.
get
But
into-
then, but
get
I don't
into-
want to fall asleep with the laptop on my on my legs or on the bed.
yeah, can't you could switch to your phone, stick headphones in your phone and just do it on
Yeah,
your
but
phone.
last time I don't know why I cannot. You know what? I cannot connect on Zoom on my phone because it's apparently doesn't have enough space. I think that's what the issue is.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
need to, I don't know, somehow clear space so that it can actually connect. I think that's
Right.
what the issue
So
is.
delete some apps, delete some files and apps.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's do that.
Okay, so long as perception lasts, prayer is a place. Since perception rests on lack, those who perceive have not totally. If I perceive, I have not totally accepted the one-mans and given myself over to the truth. And given myself over, maybe we'll just say surrendered. Perception is based on a,
If I perceive, I have not totally accepted the at-one-ment and surrendered to truth.
yeah, makes sense.
Perception is space and separate state. My perception is based on a separated state.
So that so I need healing. My perception is based on the
Yeah.
separated state.
So I need healing, yeah, or correction. Yeah. So I need to correct and receive and heal. I need to correct my mind and heal.
Okay, you want to put that? So I need healing through
Correction,
correcting
correcting my mind.
my perception. So I need to heal
Through correcting my perception.
by correcting my perception.
By correcting, that sounds better.
Yeah.
By correcting my perception. Communion, not prayer, is the natural state of those who know. We can skip that. No?
Okay. So communion, not prayer. So natural state of those who know.
Yeah, but after you say pure formless awareness of perfect love and its extension are inseparable, so you kind of emphasizing on what it's just being said.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's got the element of prayer here. Communion and not prayer.
Yeah.
Natural state of those who know. So when I am in communion, rather than prayer,
I'm in my natural, no.
I'm in my natural state
of knowing.
about knowledge.
Yeah, that works too, of knowing or knowledge.
My
Sure.
natural state of,
Yeah.
of knowledge.
Mhm. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and extension and support.
Extension are inseparable. So I am inseparable. This is all affirmations, isn't it? You say it in the first person. I am inseparable.
And my extensions.
I as the extension.
I as the extension.
Of perfect love. Inseparable from it.
Yes, that's better. I am inseparable from it.
A beautiful indeed, an extension of perfect love we live in. You can skip that maybe. My worth, my beauty, and worth is beyond perception because it is beyond doubt.
Yeah. I do not perceive myself through a different awareness. I know myself as the one pure formless awareness.
Choose to know myself in the one as the one pure formless awareness.
I do not perceive myself through
As the
choose to know myself as
extension of
the one pure formless.
the one pure formless awareness. Choose to know myself as the extension of the one pure formless awareness.
I would leave it there.
Know myself clearly.
Clearly. Yeah.
Choose to know myself clearly Choose to clearly know myself. We shouldn't split in infinitive. To know myself clearly. is
Or
the
clearly
extension.
know. I choose to clearly know myself.
Yeah, but then you split in infinitive.
Hmm?
Do that. If you put it there, that's just called a split infinitive in English. So you should never put that's an adverb. It goes with a
Before
noun.
the verb.
You should never put it in the middle because it's called splitting an infinitive. To clearly know.
Okay. I
No,
choose to
don't.
know.
It's not good grammar. You should put it either before or afterwards. Generally afterwards.
How about I choose to know perfectly myself?
I choose to know myself
Perfectly
as the extension and pure
and
form.
clearly, myself. No, perfectly. Hmm?
Choose to know myself perfectly clearly.
Perfectly and clearly.
Myself perfectly clearly. Know myself, which is clearly. Know myself clearly
Yeah.
as the extension of the one pure
Mm,
formless
good.
awareness of perfect. No, we've got two of them. One pure formless awareness. As the one pure formless awareness. It's the one light he talks about. Is the light. Light is pure formless awareness. Extension of the one pure formless awareness. So you can't read this. I mean, you couldn't read this and not have this message sink in, I think. It's like so clearly obvious. He's saying, you know, you are one with this awareness.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point, is to help people to just get that, accept that. Okay, so it's just... All right, you want to read that from the top, just as long as perception lasts? Really?
Sorry.
Hmm?
As long as perception lasts, prayer has a place. Since perception rests on lack, if I perceive I have not totally accepted the at-one-ment and surrendered to truth. My perception is based on a separated state, so I need to heal by correcting my perception. When I am in communion rather than prayer, I am in my natural state of knowledge. I, as the extension of perfect love, am inseparable from it. My beauty and worth is beyond perception because it is beyond doubt. I do not perceive myself through a different awareness, but choose to know myself clearly as the extension of the one pure, formless awareness of perfect love.
Extension of the one pure formless awareness. Should we put in of perfect love? Was that a bit much?
Oh, we always say it, so.
Extension of the one
We
pure.
would say on n'est pas un prêt. En français, on dit on n'est pas un prêt. We
What?
didn't. I don't know how to translate this. On n'est
What does
pas
that
un
mean?
prêt.
What does that mean?
I don't know how to translate it. It would say on n'est pas un prêt means one more or less doesn't make a difference. Basically, that's what it would translate as. One more or less perfect love.
All right, so there we go. That's a bit of a monster. Some of them, there's a couple that are like 15, 20. And we might have to speed that up. There's a couple of these sections that are 15 to 20 paragraphs long.
That's wow.
Well, then
Okay.
you just split it into two. Because it takes, to do it like this takes a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you like me to read this to you in a little meditation to send you off to
Yeah, I
sleep?
would have liked to, but not on my computer. I'd love to actually kind of fall asleep on this thing.
Well, so just do the meditation, and when you finish, just close the laptop and put it to the side and go to sleep. Put it somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay. So just give me a minute, please,
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
or 2 minutes. Yeah. Is
Yeah.
that okay?
No problem. I'm going to have a week. All right. Okay, Aurelie, you there? All right, already there?
Yeah. Okay.
Right, there. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Thanks.
All right, so just making yourself comfortable into your favorite meditation posture. Your feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Just cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. Pinch the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Feel this warm wave of energy rising up the spine into your heart center. Breathe in again. Put one hand on your heart, connect with your heart space. And just breathe it into the crown of your head. So pausing at the top of the inhale. So maximal inhale breath. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions, body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. And you're just going to let it go. Clear your mind. Remind yourself that God or love did not create a meaningless world. So whatever you perceive as a misperception, you can blow it all away with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. It's gone from the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here. A few moments in peace and stillness. The gap between breaths, a gap in mind opens up. Just observe that. So that gap opening up. And I'll just slip into some nice deep rhythmical breathing in and out through your nose. Breathing in through the nostrils, notice the sensations in the nose. So you breathe in, and then as you exhale, you breathe out, you notice the sensations in the nostrils. As the air flows out, then you notice the subtle flow of air. The area just below your nose, between your nose and your upper lip. So you tune in to the subtlety of the sensation. Brings your mind to the present moment. And you're able just to rest in it, Nice, calm, empty, open, spacious awareness. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, nice, deep, slow, rhythmical breaths in and out through your nose. Relax, be still. I'm just going to allow these words from the Personalised Executive Summary of this section we just read, discussed and translated and summarised. Section 5 of chapter 3, entitled Beyond Perception. So you're just going to personalise this. So this becomes a statement of affirmation of truth. So the abilities I now have, say this in your own mind, in the first person. Just really feel into these words, just absorb them energetically. Imagine you breathing in the frequency of the energy. It helps you put one hand on your heart center to really connect with this energy. So abilities I now have are only shadows of my real strength, because my perception is inherently judgmental. Correctly interpreted, the resurrection is the means for my return to knowledge, which was demonstrated when Yeshua merged his awareness, our source. So he was the first one who fully accomplished this. I'm confused about the words create and make. When I make something, I do so out of a specific sense of lack or need. But anything made for a specific purpose cannot be truly generalized. So when I make something to fill a perceived lack, I'm believing in separation. My belief in separation has invented many ingenious thought systems, but none of them comes from perfect love. So I try to invent something ingenious to meet a specific need. I'm reinforcing my belief in separation, denying the abstract being that is my true nature. And just keep watching your breath. Breathing in, breathing out. Just deep, slow, rhythmical breaths. Just feel into these words rather than just to come in and awaken the truth within you. pebbles dropping into a pond on a very still, calm, windless day. So I may try to interpret and call its meaning, but this is always open to error because it refers to the perception of meaning. And knowing true meaning is not open to interpretation. Knowing is not open to interpretation. It's impossible for me to make so fundamental a confusion without increasing my overall confusion still further. My mind may become very ingenious, but this is a futile attempt to escape from an inescapable impasse. Ingenuity is totally separate from knowledge because knowledge does not require ingenuity. Ingenious thinking is not the truth that shall set me free. But I'm free of the need to engage in it when I'm willing to let it go. Prayer is a way of asking for something as the medium of corrections and asking for help. To truly let go is the only meaningful prayer. Because when I truly, fully let go, I have everything. Once I truly let go, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. Therefore, a prayer for letting go is nothing more than a request to recognize what I already have. In choosing perception instead of knowledge, I place myself in a position where I could resemble my source only by perceiving correctly. I have seemingly lost the knowledge that I'm an extension of perfect love, and being is my source and only will function. So the statement, God created man in his own image and likeness, needs a reinterpretation. Image can be understood as thought and likeness as of a like quality. Perfect love did extend pure formless awareness in its own awareness and like its own. My perception, on the other hand, is impossible without my belief in more and less. My perception is a continual process of accepting and rejecting, organizing and reorganizing, shifting and changing. So my evaluation is an essential part of my perception because my judgments are necessary in order to select. What happens to my perceptions if I have no judgments and nothing but perfect equality? Then perception becomes impossible for me. I can only know truth, and all of it is equally true. So knowing any part of it is to know all of it. Only my perception involves partial awareness. But knowledge transcends the laws of perception because partial knowledge is impossible. It's all one and has no separate parts. I am really one with it and only need to know myself, and my knowledge is complete. When I know perfect love's extension, then I know perfect love as myself. When I let go, I heal my perception of separation. I must perceive everyone correctly because my mind has chosen to perceive itself as separate. I have the corrective power that comes from pure formless awareness, which knows perfect love completely. The fact that everyone has this power completely is entirely unknown in the thought system separation that governs the world. This thought system believes that if anyone has everything, there will be nothing left. But I, as pure formless awareness, perfect love's extension, am as total as its pure formless awareness, because I am this awareness. It's all one awareness. I'm in the same order of reality. It's my source, which is pure formless awareness, perfect love. I'm an extension of that, therefore I have the same awareness. I am this awareness. Say that to yourself. I am this loving awareness. As long as perception lasts, prayer has a place. As perception rests on lack, if I perceive, I've not totally accepted environment and surrendered to truth. My perception is based on a separated state. I need to heal by correcting my perception. When I'm in communion rather than prayer, I'm in my natural state of knowledge. I, as the extension of perfect love, am inseparable from it. My beauty and worth is beyond perception because it is beyond doubt. I do not perceive myself through a different awareness, but choose to know myself clearly as the extension of the one pure formless awareness of perfect love. I know myself as that one awareness and nothing else. And amen, say amen to that. So be it. That's what amen means. So it is, or so be it. And you breathe this awareness in, and you accept that this is your source, this is your life, this is your own true nature, your own true awareness. And there really is nothing else. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. Open yourself to the experience of this pure formless awareness of perfect love. That is you, your true self, right now. Set aside everything else, let go of everything else, and just surrender. The next couple of minutes of deep silence into this awareness. It's your own true awareness, pure formless awareness. Perfect love that is your own. So just rest in this awareness. A couple of minutes of deep silence, nothing else to do, nowhere else to go, nothing else to think about. Just observe the breath, relax, be still, and allow this awareness to arise and tell you in your own experience what you are for the next 2 minutes. So now we're just going to do a little practice today's lesson again. So in this deep awareness state, just think of any horrors in the world across your mind. And each one as it occurs to you, and then deny its reality. So perfect love did not create it, and so it is not real. And you had an experience, perfect love, pure form of summarise, perfect love, hopefully in the last couple of minutes. So bring all of these illusions to that truth. So you say, for example, God, perfect love did not create that war, so it is not real. Perfect love did not create that airplane crash, so it is not real. Perfect love did not create that disaster, whatever it happens to be, specified, and so it is not real. Breathe in on the truth of this, fill yourself up with this awareness. This is God Himself, perfect love itself, awareness of this, call it pure form, awareness of perfect love is yours. And it knows no opposite, it knows no contradiction. So just blow it out. Breathe of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. All of those stomach into the spine. If there's anything else that you fear yourself, your own personal repertory of horrors, these are your personal hell. part of your self-concept, the helpless, innovative little life. It's very limiting. So just observe all of that calmly, beyond the illusions, beyond the duality, and just rest in this deep awareness. The perfect love, pure form of awareness, perfect love. Transcends all duality. Just allow yourself to sink back in there. To go into this domain we call God, which is just this pure formless awareness, perfect love. For another minute or so of deep silence. And so just gently coming back now to an awareness of the body, the breath, and the senses in the world. On the count of 3. Now open your eyes. So 1. Just breathing in, noticing how stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And you pause at the top of the inhale, scan your mind one time, notice your thoughts, emotions, body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. So just observe all of that, let it go. The breeze of your breath, exhaling it out. And just how the air flows out of your mouth, chest and the stomach suck back in. Low stomach, the spine, expel the last remaining air out. So on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling and touching. Your hands, maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose, notice that, notice what you're hearing. But without any judgment, so no interpretation of this, just observe. Observe without interpretation or judgment. And you're going to stay rooted in this deeper awareness. Pure formless awareness, the perfect love streaming into your awareness. So you realize it's your awareness. Carry this awareness with you. Into bed, a good sleep, and on into tomorrow and the week ahead. So it is. So it's said, so it's done. And so on the count of 3 now, open your eyes. Just take a moment. So look around, just observing what's going on in the room. This very clear, calm, detached way. Remind yourself one more time as you look around that God or love did not create any in this world. Whatever you see, it's not part of God. It's meaningless in truth. So anchor this nice, calm, detached, peaceful state into your awareness. And set the intention to stay here for the rest of the evening. Carry it with you into bed and then on into tomorrow, into the rest of your week. So it is. So it is said, so it is done. And yeah, carry on with your evening. Time for bed. So just go into straight to sleep. Already. That brings us to the end of the meditation and the session. So thanks for joining. Thanks for staying till the end, doing the translation with me. I'll send it out just now so you can read it tomorrow if you like, and we'll see you tomorrow at the normal time, 12:30, 1:30 your time. Okay. Namaste. All right, I'm going to end it. All right. Bye, Aurelie. Namaste. Thanks for joining.